Ate said the moon and the sun aren't rivals. I still believe in that.
One came to an end, and the battlefield of FFWS 2026 Spring had begun to take shape. Thailand rose to dominate the standings, claiming the entire top four. Two Team of the Day titles belong to Twisted Minds and Team Falcons. Team Falcons charge forward like a machine of destruction, the only team to break the 200-point mark with 4 dominant booyahs. AG doesn't need booyahs. They hunt eliminations, apply pressure, and hold firmly at top 2 as a warning to everyone.
Now he might get a 4th one here, and Han goes down! Cypher takes them all out!
Buriram United had a slow start, but Kings always know when to accelerate.
Throw all of those players, dig way down on the ground, and put it on coming in here to finish them off one after the other. Demon can't do much. It's a 4v1, and Moshi finally puts an end to that.
The class of the defending champions never truly fades. Indonesia became the stage of shocking upsets. Giants are falling. Even the EWC defending champions managed only 10 points on day 3, dropping all the way to top 18, an unbelievable collapse.
He gets smacked out as well. There goes Evo's 12th place, bottom 3, third game in a row.
But inside that chaos, a new generation is rising. Onyx, Bigatron, bold, explosive, fearless.
Bigatron with a back-to-back booyah!
Vietnam once started in flames, 3 booyahs. And Gao claimed Team of the Day 1, but that fire quickly began to slow down. Team Flash and WAG are still fighting to keep the hope alive.
Flash can't find the finisher just yet. They try to break through the glue wall. Baros panics, and he does not pick up Nameless, misses the opportunity, and Flash overwhelms AG Global.
While Heavy, P Esports, and even Gao themselves are starting to fall behind. And Malaysia, no longer the free points many expected them to be. They are more resilient, more proactive, more dangerous. And now, they are closing in on top 12, waiting for the perfect moment to break through. Week 2. The battle for the top 12 will be more brutal than ever. We're no longer just playing for points. We're fighting to secure the best possible chance, to claim a ticket to the grand finals. Who will rise? Who will fall? Find out in Week 2 of FFWS. Day 2 of FFWS C2026 Spring. Vietnam's anger has reached its peak. Indonesia and Thailand already hold their grand finals tickets. This is home soil, and now it's Vietnam's turn to answer back. Team Flash once again set the perfect tempo for the battlefield. A booyah to open the day.
Now, this should be a simple victory for Flash. Booyah achieved, Team Flash.
But the team accelerating the fastest was Gao Esports. Back-to-back booyah.
From Goku, he was able to get rid of 3 walls and Death finds this important slide. He's just on.
It's just about the time as Gao grabs a back-to-back booyah.
Sending them straight into the safe zone. 63 points after just 3 games. A gap big enough to make every other team look up at them. And somehow, the 13th ranked team entering the race today became the first Vietnamese team to secure a golden ticket. Absolute madness. But even crazier was RRQ. They made the entire kingdom hold its breath. 2 games, 1 single point. Then, the king awakened. A booyah with 18 eliminations. This was no comeback story. This was a warning to the entire region, constantly losing players. Fight after fight from a disadvantage. Yet RRQ still clawed their way back to the top through a level of composure no one could explain. Bar Yu looked asleep for most of the day. It wasn't until Game 5 that they truly joined the race.
Fights back, but he is down, and Mink would be mangled. Buriram United for the booyah.
But Thailand stayed calm because they know the race is far from over. Meanwhile, Malaysia no longer looked as explosive as Day 1. Is this just a short break? Or the first sign of collapse under pressure? Vietnam's teams delivered a strong performance today. Maybe no golden ticket yet, but in every brutal team fight, they backed down against no one. WAG carried the hopes of an entire region, but Game 4, then Game 5, shattered their chances too early. And even with a booyah in the final game, it still wasn't enough to break into the top 2.
He's barricading himself in. Will he be able to clutch this or just play around? And there goes WAG for the booyah.
Now, only 2 golden tickets remain in Week 3. Who will rise? Who will survive? One final sprint before the decisive week begins.
We're heading into Week 2 of the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2026 Spring as the top 12 spots are starting to take shape. Thailand has settled into form. The experimentation phase is over. They are now in full control. Any sparks from the rising teams were quickly snuffed out. All 5 Thai representatives have secured places in the top 12. An unmistakable statement that this year's race belongs to Thailand. Thailand, the kings of Southeast Asia, enter this competition with the aura of a reigning champion. Reaching the top 12 is no longer an objective, but an expectation.
Buriram United will get that booyah because of great.
คืออะไร32ว่าที่ 1 แล้วกันผมราชาเก็บแต้มอยู่แล้ว
The race for the top spot may soon see no other region represented. With 4 Thai teams, Team Falcons, AG Global, Buriram United Esports, and Twisted Minds taking control.
มีความในใจอยากจะบอกบุรีรัมย์ครับอยากยิงหัวโจนะจัดเลยรอบเนี้ย
However, it's not only the top contenders. Avita, a newcomer with the makings of a dark horse. They didn't come here just to survive, but to prove themselves among the elite.
เพราะว่าเพิ่งได้ขึ้นมาเนี่ยครับแต่ก็อย่าประมาทพวกผมครับพวกผมเอาจริงครับ
And when Thailand turn it on, anyone in their path can become the next to be wiped out of the top 12.
คิดว่าทีมที่จะตกรอบน่าจะเป็นทีมออร่าครับเพราะแบบเป็นน้องใหม่ยังไม่รู้ฝีมือ
ขอให้เป็น RQ แล้วกันครับขอให้เขาแบบว่าไปก่อนเลยจะได้เล่นง่ายๆ
Indonesia had a forgettable week, with giants like RRQ and EVOS looking unusually quiet.
Karena kurang adaptasi aja sih sama ya kurang berpengalaman dari player-player lainnya.
Ya kurang introspeksi diri sendiri aja lagi.
Is it a slow start, or are they waiting for the right moment to break through?
Kalau top 1 nanti kebaca gameplaynya.
On the road to the top 12, Vietnam remains a difficult opponent, consistently applying pressure on the Indonesian representatives.
Buat tim Vietnam mau lolos apa nggak lolos ya mending lu nggak usah lolos soalnya kan lu main di negara lu sendiri ya. Jadi saran gua mending lu nonton aja.
Vietnam, a region that exploded in the early stages.
Cái lớp này chắc là lớp mạnh nhất của Gao từ trước này.
Gao có khả năng tầm 60% để vô địch giải C năm nay.
Amid such intense competition, can they find the strength to bounce back?
Việc team em trùng khu khá nhiều nên cái lượng điểm thu thập được là không đủ để vào top 12.
Even so, for the Vietnamese representatives, missing out on the top 12 remains unthinkable.
Cái đó thì em không nghĩ tới, bởi vì line-up mùa này em khá là tự tin. Động lực của em đến từ sự thất bại của mùa giải trước. Đó là một khoảng thời gian tồi tệ và rất dài đối với em, nên là mùa giải năm nay em phải cố gắng.
Vietnam's goal is not just to stay in the race, but to push as many opponents out of it as possible. While other regions are battling for every top 12 spot, no one seems to notice that Malaysia is closing in. Aurora and Anyone Can Dream move like silent assassins, waiting for the fight and striking at the perfect moment.
Target kita orang nak lepas ke Vietnam lagi supaya dapat rasa macam dulu. Kita orang dah training lama.
Maybe tinggal kita orang layak untuk pergi final 8 lah macam tu lah. Top 8 lah.
The race for the top 12 is nearing its end. Who will be left behind? Tune in to Week 2 to find out.
The final two early tickets of Week 3 at FFWS C2026 Spring have found their owners. And once again, Thailand rises above the rest. The return of Avita and EVOS on day 3 of Week 3 turned the golden ticket race into the most chaotic battlefield of the entire season. It all began on Kalahari. While Buriram and Avita were locked in a brutal clash, Onyx Olympus saw the opening and stole the first Booyah.
The 1v1, and Demon's now gonna leave it to Zerto for the damage.
And to find the finisher in the end as well.
Avita quickly proved they were the deadliest hunters, fresh back into the competition, yet adapting instantly, fearless against every single opponent. After long days of silence, Team Falcons finally awakened. Their Booyah on Solara was the signal that the hunt had officially begun.
Ray down on the ground, Coachil going in for the pickup, and a backstab here by the Falcon player. Pina still dropped by Coachil, unable to pick Ray up just yet, who's crawling right behind. Riptide Rhythm breaks down the defenses, and Coachil not enough HP to sustain himself on the battlefield.
Meanwhile, Secret Wag started accelerating. After eliminating Twisted Minds, they carved out the perfect path into the final zone. Game 3 belonged to Secret Wag.
Through, and there's a bad play off of the one. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses. One arm gets caught out by Long Kong, but WAG players are right down there behind them. And who's the final player, VSK in hand, but up against 4 players off of WAG.
Then another Booyah on Nextera.
Playing it so safe, and Huang finally puts a stop to the carnage. Another Booyah gifted to WAG.
Wag stormed straight to the top of the standings. The golden ticket was within reach. But at that exact moment, the biggest twist arrived. Twisted Minds unleashed an insane point-farming rampage. 30 eliminations in a single game. A massive 39-point explosion, bringing them right back into the race. They no longer looked like a team. They looked like a heavyweight war machine, ready to crush anything standing in their way. From Team Flash to Buriram, Argon, and even EVOS. Fight after fight, knocked down again and again, revived again and again. Nobody wanted to leave this race early. After Game 4, Secret Wag had built a 21-point lead, but in this competition, 21 points means nothing. One single game is enough to flip the entire leaderboard upside down. Wag began slowing the pace, playing safer, hiding more carefully. They wanted to protect first place, but the other teams had no intention of slowing down. They pushed forward harder, more aggressive, more bloodthirsty. Twisted Minds were completely unstoppable. On their signature map, they stole another Booyah, and just like that, Wag's lead disappeared. Go into the final game. The pressure became unbearable. Twisted Minds, Team Falcons, Avita, all right behind them. And then the inevitable happened. WAG fell far too early after a risky rotation into the zone. While the remaining contenders had already secured perfect positions, Wag became the hunted. After holding first place for 5 straight games, they lost the golden ticket by just 2 points. All 3 rival teams fighting against them finished inside the top 3. Team Falcons secured the deciding booyah and climbed all the way to first place overall.
Now E was flying straight on in, positioning themselves, and AIM got Valiant dashing in, breaking down those defenses, but still unable to pull it away from Falcons. And Falcons with this game.
Twisted Minds only truly exploded in the final 3 games, but that was already enough. The final 2 golden tickets belong to Thailand, but the war is far from over. 6 final grand finals spots still remain. Who will be the next? Everything will be decided during the final 3 days of the knockout stage, May 15th, 16th, and 17th. Don't miss week 4 of FFWS C2026 Spring, and keep supporting your favorite teams.
Ate said the moon and the sun aren't rivals. I still believe in that.
One came to an end, and the battlefield of FFWS C2026 Spring had begun to take shape. Thailand rose to dominate the standings, claiming the entire top 4. 2 Team of the Day titles belong to Twisted Minds and Team Falcons. Team Falcons charge forward like a machine of destruction, the only team to break the 200-point mark with 4 dominant booyahs. AG doesn't need booyahs. They hunt eliminations, apply pressure, and hold firmly at top 2 as a warning to everyone.
And now he might get a 4th one here, and Han goes down! Cypher takes them all out!
Buriram United had a slow start, but Kings always know when to accelerate.
Through all of those players, dig way down on the ground, and Buriram coming in here to finish them off one after the other. Demon can't do much. It's a 4v1, and Moshi finally puts an end to that.
The class of the defending champions never truly fades. Indonesia became the stage of shocking upsets. Giants are falling. Even the EWC defending champions managed only 10 points on day 3, dropping all the way to top 18, an unbelievable collapse.
He gets knocked out as well. There goes Evil's 12th place, bottom 3, third game in a row.
But inside that chaos, a new generation is rising. Onyx, Bigatron, bold, explosive, fearless.
Bigatron with a back-to-back booyah!
Vietnam once started in flames, 3 booyahs. And Gao claimed Team of the Day 1, but that fire quickly began to slow down. Team Flash and WAG are still fighting to keep the hope alive.
Flash can't find the finisher just yet. They try to break through the glue wall. Barros panic, and he does not pick up Nameless, misses the opportunity, and Flash overwhelms AG Global.
While Heavy, P Esports, and even Gao themselves are starting to fall behind. And Malaysia, no longer the free points many expected them to be. They are more resilient, more proactive, more dangerous. And now, they are closing in on top 12, waiting for the perfect moment to break through. Week 2. The battle for the top 12 will be more brutal than ever. We're no longer just playing for points. We're fighting to secure the best possible chance, to claim a ticket to the grand finals. Who will rise? Who will fall? Find out in week 2 of FFWS.
Running down those glue walls, and that removes RRQ from the equation. What a decision made here by the Vietnamese squad. BE secure. Still up on his feet. On fire drops him. One final player from the side of Twisted Minds. 3v1. Make that 3. We none. Falcons, your back-to-back Clash Squad and Battle Royale champions, the dominators of Thailand.
Represent, gotta do hella big, had to run it back again. Like represent, had to do hella big, had to run it back again. Like it. Let it drop.
Hello, survivors, and welcome back to Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2026 Spring. It is do or die here today for our teams competing because our top 6 teams are going to be making it to our grand finals next week, whereas for the bottom 6, their journey is officially going to end. As for your casters, my name is Danalee, and of course joining me is the wonderful Husky, as we are going to be delivering 6 streams and also cutting 6 of them short. But Husky, I'm pretty sure you've been catching up with the games as well, kind of keeping up and seeing who is currently where on the leaderboard, who is in a great position, who is in probably one of the worst positions possible. But what do you actually think is going to happen today? Do you think we're going to be kind of sticking with our current top 6, or could we see a crazy run from one of our bottom teams?
I think there is a chance that some of the teams who are not in top 6 just yet get the upset because, you know, like 6th place and 7th, 7th and 8th, they're actually not that far out, and I would even argue the top 6 teams are quite close in terms of competitiveness and points. We've seen, you know, PE Esports make quite a recovery. Aurora is also doing fantastic in 2nd place right now. So I wouldn't put it past any of the teams who are still trying to find their footing. Even if they don't make it to the grand finals, I'm sure they will make enough of an impact to really drag some of the top contenders down.
Absolutely. So as we just quickly go over the tournament format, so we are basically towards the end of effectively the knockout stage. Today is our final day of official knockouts because starting next week onwards, basically it's just going to be next weekend, it's going to be our grand final weekend where we have Point Rush and of course Champions Rush as well to crown our official champion here for the spring season. But just leading up to that, we did have our knockout phase for our previous 3 to 4 weeks. So for the first 2 weeks, it was basically teams just seeding themselves into our next stage of the competition. It was weeks 3 and 4 where we started to pull these teams into our grand final brackets. Now we have our current top 6 already qualified, and what we currently have playing is our remaining 12 teams that are currently not qualified for the finals. And basically at the end of today, our top 6 teams will be our grand finalists, and the bottom 6 will be officially knocked out of the tournament. They are done. We will not be seeing them anymore in the competition. Husky, you want to quickly run us through our point system for the day?
Yeah, absolutely. 12 points for each Booyah, as always, 1 point for each elimination. And if we do have a tiebreaker, we look at the total of Booyahs first, followed by the total eliminations of the team. And finally, if we still cannot break the tie, we look at the final positioning, final ranking in the most recent match for the teams. But we also are adhering to the one unique active skill rule, which means that every single team would not have any duplicates, and this has brought upon a lot of different dynamics in the game. A couple of teams have shown that they are very versatile depending on the map that they play, Falcons being one of them, RQ as well. I think even WAG and PE Esports has brought up some pretty unique approaches, which makes it all so much more interesting. But my favorite part of this year's Champion Rush format is the fact that we have unlimited games, uncapped. We can go beyond the 10 games that we've witnessed before, and until someone wins. It's that simple. You reach 80 points, you win a Booyah. After that, you win the championship.
Yeah, I think we had a discussion. We were thinking like, okay, how long could we go? You know, like, is it going to end up being similar to EWC last year where we did because last year for EWC, we were capped at 10 games. So there was a cap for EWC. The fact that this is unlimited, we could go beyond 10. We can go 15. We can go 20. If we're lucky, we could go 50. I don't think we can go that high. There will be a point where basically everyone would be sitting at 80 points. So yeah, I don't know we're going to be going for any insane play days such as that. But let's focus on the task at hand here, Husky. Our current 12 teams that are still playing, they've already played 2 full play days. So being day number 3, some teams are currently in pretty good positions where we can maybe officially say that they've maybe qualified for the grand finals. They just got to kind of hang on. But there are absolutely a few teams towards the bottom of the bracket that are absolutely not happy with where they want to be. The teams that are in a pretty good position right now is Team Flash, Aurora, WAG, Boriram, PE Esports, and EVOS. This is our current top 6 teams on the bracket right now. The teams that are closest to them, however, is Heavy in 7th place, MEC in 8th, and maybe even to a certain degree, we could maybe include Shadow Esports in 9th place as well. However, the gap between Shadow and EVOS is quite large. EVOS is on 129 points, and the closest team to EVOS is Heavy, which is 108. So that is still 19 points difference between just 6th and 7th. As for Magna, it's 98. So the gap there is absolutely bigger, but we've seen, you know, with some of these play days, some teams require that pressure to really perform. And I think if there's a standout team that suddenly performed yesterday, it was PE Sports. PE Sports scored over 100 points across their 6 games yesterday, and believe it or not, we're not even top 6 coming into yesterday's matches. So if PE Sports can crawl out of the gutter, who's to say that Heavy can't do it? Magna can't do it. Shadow Esports. I think I even want to include Onyx here. Like, we've seen potential days where Onyx is able to shine as bright as PE Sports. But the question we also have to wonder is it possible for these teams to even play like that today?
Yeah, I think it's possible because GOW is a great example, right? Like in phase 1, they missed out the top 12 by 1 spot. They finished 13. They came into phase 2 and they only got to play on the second day of phase 2, and they immediately qualified for the grand finals. So if there's any examples you want to take reference from that can tell you that, hey, recovery is possible, I think GOW is going to be quite the inspiration for some of Vietnamese teams out there. But we are going to be starting with Purgatory, and EVOS is going to be the team that performs the best so far. At least we look at phase 2, followed by MBC, and then BRU. There are a couple of things that are important to note, I think, for this final day, which is that depending on whether EVOS qualifies for the grand finals or not, it also dictates how lenient it is for the teams to get their qualification slots to EWC. Because remember, EVOS technically have already gotten their slot to EWC. Doesn't matter if they don't make it to the grand finals, but if they do make it to grand finals and they finish within top 8, then you free up 1 slot for the 9th place team to go, which was the case last year with Team Falcons, where they finished top 8 and then the 9th place team gets to go. So something to note as well. I think WAG is also another team that is truly hungry for their grand final slot. They missed out the grand finals qualification 2 days in a row because they bombed the second half of the day. And now they're within grabs, it's within reach, but at the same time, I would say in an unfortunate twist of events, they're also on the edge of not making it to the grand final. So WAG will have to fight really hard today.
Yeah, I think all of our teams are going to have to play super hard today. Like, you can't... I'd even argue, you know, even Aurora, WAG, Buriram, PE Sports, even though these teams are technically top 6, 2nd to 5th, I think if anyone bombs out, they could also lose their position. I don't think anyone is safe. I feel like the only team that might be safe is Flash, with 165 points in first place. So they're sitting on 165. They are effectively less than 60 points over Heavy. So is there enough cushion? Maybe. But again, we don't know who's going to perform today. Who's going to grab that 100-pointer? The 100-pointer, is it going to end up being a team that's not top 6? Like, if it's Heavy or Magna or Shadow Esports or even Onyx, if any of these teams in the bottom 6 grab that 100-pointer, that they're bumping someone out of top 6.
Yep.
So yeah, it's do or die for everybody here. Maybe aside from Flash, this is just a personal prediction. I might jinx them, you know? I might have just officially jinxed them. Maybe today's not going to be the day. Flash don't get the points. Heavy or Magna or Onyx or Shadow come in. They take all the points and it's over. But look, we haven't even started today. We don't really know how the teams are kind of looking coming into game 1 as well. Even though they had 2 play days, it's a fresh day. And a fresh day means potentially fresh strats, fresh pair of eyes, maybe a fresh energy drink as well to kind of improve that mental clarity, because yeah, this is a day where you cannot afford to not perform.
Yeah. I have to I just realized I was looking at some of the older numbers. WAG actually is in first place instead of 6th, which was the last info that I came across, so apologies on that. But yes, WAG, well, they actually very safe, contrary to what I believe. But I think you're right? Like for EVOS, they are the ones who are on the cusp of dropping out of top 6, not WAG. I think Heavy have a good chance to catch up. The only team that I feel like, the only few teams that I feel like are almost likely to not make it to grand finals, depending on the first 2 rounds, will start from Onyx, right? Onyx Olympus to Shadow, to Argon NY, and to AVD. That is going to be an uphill battle because they are not even in the 100-point mark yet. But again, it really depends on how the first 2 rounds plays out. And let's hop into game number 1. It's going to be on Purgatory, and we'll see if the standings will shift after this.
I do feel like it's going to shift. You know, today's the day where you've got to be motivated, you've got to get those points. It's just who's going to get the 100 points. If it ends up being a team in top 6 that gets the 100 points from the lobby, that's going to effectively, potentially shut out anyone from bottom 7 onwards from being able to qualify. But we'll have to see, as we are going to be going into Purgatory here, Husky. Let's have a look at the flight path here and see if it's going to be pretty safe. And it's going to be rather neutral, okay? So nothing too crazy for game number 1. I think everyone breathing a sigh of relief going into this first map. And for the moment, we are seeing quite a shift towards the bottom of the map. We do have Avita dropping in, EVOS, and a bit of a spread here for PE Sports. So they're keeping their options open, it looks like. So down there on the island, we could be seeing a lot of action. Looks like Makna as well, as I forgot who that was that kind of flew in. We might be seeing another hot drop as well. So a couple of hot drops to start the day, Husky.
Yep. I think the most interesting part is the southern side of the Purgatory Island, because teams that usually drop here, like AG Global, Falcons, RQ, they're all in the grand finals already. So you have new tenants here, like ABD, Heavy, and even Aurora, Malaysia to a certain degree. And Lucid does get the knock on the Mufasa and finds the takedown, but Heavy fighting back. And that is the resistance we want to see these teams put up, especially for Heavy, who are teetering on the edge of having a chance to make it a top 6 here. And getting a wipeout onto ABD is one of the best possible starts you can get.
Yeah, that's a bit painful there for Avita, unfortunately. So really, really slow start there. Horrible start for game number 1. But as we are going to continue on here, Husky, it looks like for Argon and Y are going to be getting some points on the leaderboard here. This is huge too, because this is EVOS. If EVOS go down, this would be a pretty big hit to EVOS, because they need those points. But looks like Heavy under heavy assault here. It's just Don't Cry. Is he the last remaining player here for Heavy? Because if he is, that's going to be basically the end for the team. But no, it looks like for Heavy, they do have someone that is on the map that will be able to bring them back. But for EVOS, gonna be happy with that. They didn't lose anybody, and they picked up 3 points in that skirmish.
Yep. A revive did come through at the very last second for Heavy. So they're still in the running, but EVOS, let's pick up 3 points. A Jun from Aurora shows up out of nowhere because there was some interference between EVOS and Heavy's gunfight earlier on. A rogue red type rhythm. Now we know who was the one who fired that. I believe Aurora MY now here to clean up what's left of the battlefield. Jun does win the 1v1. That is great stuff from Aurora, as they themselves starts the game with 4 points.
4 points, and at the same time, they've also crippled EVOS as well. So this is going to slow down EVOS's progress if they were hoping to play similarly to how they did yesterday. So just a quick recap for anyone that did miss out on EVOS's games yesterday. EVOS, first 2 games, they played a very uncharacteristic slow style that typically isn't normally associated with this team. Normally, EVOS are the ones to go hunting for teams. So they had a horrible first 2 games, and then from game 3 onwards, they picked up the pace. They tried to look for these plays. They were looking for eliminations to grab those extra points, and that was really how EVOS was able to climb into top 6. So obviously, for them coming into their matches today, I do suspect EVOS are hoping to continue that pressure. They just have to make sure that they don't overdo it. Because we've seen in the past teams that overdo aggression because they feel like they're pushed to play that style, that it can come back to bite you if you're not very careful with how you execute that play style.
I think EVOS still, I wouldn't say that in a rut, but they definitely are trying to find sort of the identity that made them one of the best teams in the world. This season hasn't been kind to EVOS. I'd even say the second half of 2025 hasn't been kind to EVOS because of how other teams are stepping up, and EVOS is struggling to really adapt to the flow. Trade does come through, but it's Aurora that comes out on top. Again, another free point delivered to the Malaysians. That's 5 points already. Heavy did test walk the fire a little bit to limit tests, but thankfully there is a revive. So even for Heavy, yes, sure, they had to go through a full reset almost, but they have plenty of time and space to get back on their feet because there is one less team to contend with on the map, and that was the team that they wiped out earlier on, which is Avida.
Yeah, I like the response here for Heavy. The fact that they had to go for the reset. They are playing a very risky style, having to split up because they're also trying to recuperate the losses after losing a lot of their members. So as long as they're successful with this, they don't get continuously picked off as they're trying to recoup their inventory. Heavy, I think, can absolutely make a full recovery in this game. They just have to make sure, because they are split, that they don't run into too many teams. Now, the issue is we do have Aurora here, but Zuez is there. Alan is going to go down, unfortunately. And that's going to be it for Alan. Thankfully, they are going to bring him back, though, right away, thanks to Mufasa. So Alan will have another opportunity to get back his items. Don't cry in the meantime, though. Trying to add another point to the team's scoreboard, which I have to say, you know, even though Heavy is playing so spread apart as a team, if they're able to get little pickups like this whilst playing separated, this is going to be a huge victory for the team.
I'm more concerned for Alan's mental state because this is the third time he's brought back to life. Feels like you're stuck in a time loop because every single time he comes back, he gets picked off. I think both times, the second and third time were by Aurora, who, this is the Aurora that we saw in the first day of the second phase, where they were tearing it up. They were going aggressive, but they were also taking fights in a very calculated manner, right? And that was lost in the second and third day. But coming back into the second phase, Aurora definitely have regained some of that groove, and Heavy continues to receive punishment from the Malaysians. And this time it's MBC that finds a narrow around the corner, finds that knockdown, and Heavy once more forced to play behind.
I saw Kutuan who was trying to go for the mind games using his clue ball to hopefully go in for the bait. He just missed the shot though. That was so painful. He shot a little bit too soon. It didn't hit the mark and he was in the middle of the reload animation, so... but sometimes you have to make those crazy plays happen. It would have paid off so much if Kutuan was able to have that work. Mufasa in the meantime though is being hunted down by Aurora, so potentially another point on the board here for the Malaysians. There we go, 7 points. The game number 1 here for Aurora. This momentum this team had yesterday, it's continuing on into game number 3, which means this means a lot of problems for the lobby, because if Aurora's farming all eliminations, those points are not going to teams that actually really need those points on the board.
But it's also something that was established prior to today. I'd say that this Aurora is the closest that we've seen to the prime Malaysian team. I think the last time we had that was 2022. Right now, this Aurora, formerly Vamos, definitely they talk about in an interview, shouldering the name itself of Aurora is quite a task. But they are delivering it very well. They're handling the pressure and they are showing the quality that we have been, I say, hungry for. They did lose Azrael off screen, so Aurora, not perfect in any way, still able to relocate this time, picking a fight with Argon MY. Sometimes a friendly fire between the same region is needed to progress forwards, and Aurora are not ashamed to do that. Suez right into it with the vehicle, crashes his car, but is ready to take on the fight around the corner, gets tagged, puts on the glue wall in time. The time turner though does protect the ARG members, and Suez gets punished.
Okay, Aurora, maybe getting a little too ahead of themselves here. Now, the problem is there is another team closing in on this. We have Onyx approaching the compound, so they're going to be able to stick their nose into this business. And for both Aurora and Argon and Y, both these teams are injured. Jun, though, being sniped by Crime, and they managed to get him as well. So there goes Jun. We do have Kutra coming in to finish the job. That's going to be a point going into Onyx side, but this has severely crippled Aurora. I believe they're already down to their final player. In the meantime, they're switching on over to Buram's point of view, being hunted by Flash. It's just Moshi all on his own, confined to the top floor. I mean, it's got to be a perfect job for him, but that's going to be it for Buram. Knocked out in 11th place, which means the lobby is slowly blowing the doors wide open for our underdogs to pick up those points.
Yep, and I do wonder where the last member of Aurora is at. He was hidden from view, still stuck there. There is a vending machine nearby, but it was controlled by Argon MY. Needs a bit of luck to get out of that situation. Aim God, unfortunately not able to land the necessary shot. You have Rasha on top of this building. The coast is slightly clear for the Axo for the pickoff. That might have just freed up some space for Aurora, but the Axel still needs to get access to a vending machine.
Yeah, and I think for EVOS, the right call here is just to leave. I don't think you can really fully commit to this. If they tried to, I mean, they could potentially win it, but they're going to possibly lose more than they're bargaining for going into this fight. So, yeah, EVOS are going to have to play recoup for a little bit, bring Ray and Rasia back so that they can prepare for the late game. But Onyx, they're starting to show signs of life here, Husky. I know yesterday Onyx didn't look too great, but look at them now. They are hunting for these eliminations. They're chasing EVOS, a team that is effectively gatekeeping that 6th place. I mean, for a lot of the teams here, if you remove EVOS from the equation, it makes it much easier for you to potentially swipe that spot away, not just from them, but any teams that are also competing for that spot above you. And Onyx, this is probably one of the last teams down in that lower bracket that can potentially slip into top 6. Like, yes, they're sitting on 78 points to the 129 of EVOS, but again, we have seen Onyx do it in the past where they have those play days where they can score over 100 points.
Yep. The Sonics would tell you that they came in last, the last team to qualify for playoffs in 2025 spring, and they were the one to win it. And that would be a core memory for the Onyx players. But I think right now it's definitely a taller task. I'm not putting it past them that they can't do it, but the conditions are definitely a lot more strenuous. Axel still stuck on top of the factory there, so it's gonna be incredibly hard to find any sort of a revive with that vending machine.
Oh, no.
But with more teams getting knocked
God.
out, the position better for the side of Aurora. Aim God getting ambushed here. The vehicle set ablaze. Heavy finds that one, and EVOS slowly dwindling in numbers. I think I believe they're down to the last one.
Yep,
Same
so
as Aurora.
So the last player, I believe, is Coachil, assuming the map I have on me right now is accurate. So EVOS, this is a horrible start for EVOS, Husky. You know, you really needed to grab those points to remain consistent, and only grabbing 3 eliminations, they need those placements. So everything is on Coachil to basically guarantee this team to be able to grab placement points. He's trying to find anything to try and bring his teammates back. He has found a vending machine. It brings back both Ray and Aim God, actually deciding to not go for Rasia here, which I think is a pretty interesting choice. Maybe they're thinking that they're going to play the safer game. I mean, if they brought Rasia back, they will have the firepower, but then again, he's going to have no inventory.
Axel will have to move very soon, and they know where he is right now. The blue zone closing in. He's living on borrowed time. This is quite a precarious position for Aurora to be in, but the Axel, he has held on pretty well. Kochu takes himself out with the ice grenade, and he is eliminated. Aimgod does bring him back. I believe that should be Kochu doing so outside of the blue zone just so he could quickly take himself out instead of giving a point to enemy team. Either way, now that with the teams migrating away, Axel is going to make his move to the vending machine. This could be Aurora's way back into the lobby.
Possibly, but we'll focus on Onyx here as they are looking to break on through into that safe zone. We do have Argon and MY, they're causing a lot of issues, but the thing is, Argon, they're grouped up in that little watchtower, so all it takes is one very well placed grenade to cause some issues. We do see a knock there, but they are in a position to pick him up. There's another knock for Argon, and you can see Onyx slowly encroaching on the territory. And Argon, there's just too much splash damage, it seems, Husky. They're struggling to stay up. They will be able to bring themselves back up, and Onyx, they're probably trying to make a call here. Like, can they afford to continue to push? Riptide Rhythm coming in from the other side thanks to Esports. It looks like it's going to be a tag team battle here, Husky. Argon and MY on the receiving end of everything.
Holding up pretty well despite all the artillery thrown at them. The Axel was actually taken out of screens by Heavy. Sadly, he wanted to get at least a knockdown to get some coins for the revive, but proved to be too tall of a task. That also means that Heavy is nearby, and indeed they are on the western side of this, of where we're looking at right now. Onyx will be receiving a lot of the heavy fire because the access towards the Indonesians is definitely easier than trying to look at the watchtower there. So the fight now switches to Heavy against Onyx. Allen with a great snipe there. Riptide Rhythm coming through, and it's going to lay down all the defenses of Onyx, allowing Heavy to start free firing on the Indonesians.
And Heavy may have potentially saved the lives there for Argon MY in that watchtower. So very unfortunate there for Onyx to be basically left out in the open. the fact that they weren't able to take down Argon, they had to commit so many blue balls to stay there. In the meantime, though, we do have Flash running into Shadow Esports, and unfortunately for Shadow, things are not looking too great here. It's just simply last player alive, it seems. And I think that might just be it here for Shadow Esports. Flash coming in for the last shot. That's going to be the full team clear. And Flash now sitting on 8 eliminations. 7 teams remaining, 25 players still in this lobby, Husky. And we are in our 4th blue zone.
One of the teams that really stepped up in this second phase of phase 2. Mufasa though, with the rest of Heavy catching Flash on the rotate, and that is an ankle breaker. Heavy cashing in on double-digit points right now. Aim got taken out. That's going to be point 15, and this was the team that had one of the slowest start to this round, thanks to being picked off left, right, and center. And look at where they've come, Danny. They have recovered fully. Onyx out in 6th spot. It's PE still left on the map, but they are also battered and bruised. Can't say the same for Heavy. The full squad still left alive, and rocking with 15 points under the belt. I think they're in the prime position to win this round.
Oh, absolutely. They're in perfect position as long as they have everything that they need to go into the late game. And keep in mind as well, Heavy, 15 points. The further they go in this game, the more placement points they get. Right now, the goal here is EVOS need to place as high as possible and grab as many eliminations as possible before they go down, because they have to offset as many points as they can from Heavy. Because remember, the gap between these two teams, I believe it was 19 if I calculated that correctly. So that gap is not big at all. Heavy can close this in the span of one game. It's going to come down to EVOS, whether they can either hold the fort or they can offset those points. And look at this, Heavy encroaching onto EVOS. This is the battle of their lives. Can Heavy break through? It looks like EVOS are struggling. They're on the ground. There goes Ray Raska and Coach Heal. There goes EVOS. No more points for them to pick up. And it's up to Heavy to lock things in, to take down Flash, grab the Booyah. So many points. This is the dream start Heavy needed to get back into top 6. But did they do enough?
I think, for Heavy, they are very, very close to top 6. Maybe not there yet. Give them one more good run like this. I think they are well on their way to the grand finals, which, man, again...
21. Husky, you gotta do the math. 22 eliminations.
That's 34 points.
34 points, and I believe EVOS had, I think, oh gosh, what was it? It was like somewhere between 3 to 6 eliminations, and then they got knocked out in 6th or 7th place, 5th place. So they would have gotten approximately 6 points.
It's this is the dream start. I think Heavy, when they come into this saying that this is a team that when they want to hit hard, they can hit hard. But they also showed that you give them a poor start, they can still recover. So give them 34 points, and that is already quite the threat to some of the teams who are closer to EVOS on that leaderboard. But I also want to look at what the standing is for some of the other teams, right? I think EVOS, sure, they didn't get the Booyah, but they made it far enough. I think the silver lining is that the placement points do make up for the lack of elimination, but for Heavy, they basically got everything that they would have liked. And I think this is also quite a meaningful round as well, a meaningful tournament, especially for Don't Cry, because remember, he was with PE Sports 2024, went to EWC, didn't have the best finisher. 2025, no Vietnamese team at all, and then he gets, he transfers over to Heavy, becoming one of the seniors there. Heavy's performance starts improving overall, and now he has the chance to take them on that Cinderella run into the grand finals.
And it's all in the span of one game, Husky. We've just started the day. We've still got 5 more games to go, and for Heavy to already be punching and kicking and forcing their way to potentially breaking into top 6 and pushing EVOS out, because again, that is effectively the race for that particular round, right? It's EVOS versus Heavy, Heavy trying to close the gap, EVOS trying to maintain the gap, and this is going to set the tone for the rest of the day. If this gap is as small as we think it might be, all of a sudden there's going to be a fire lit under both of these teams, and they're going to have to really perform if they want to keep their spot for the rest of the day. I'm expecting more hot drops.
Yeah,
I think there's going to be more hot drops. I think there's going to be more rotations. I think EVOS are going to feel the heat, and I feel like they have to push into Heavy. They can't let Heavy push into them, vice versa.
Yeah, I think it's very possible. Again, on Purgatory, some of the heavy hitting teams, well, for at least for the rest of the days, a lot of the heavy hitting teams are already off to the grand finals, which means a lot of these drop spots are going to open up. I think the only team that people will probably respect a bit more is BRU. People hardly touch their drop spot, but we just saw, you know, teams like Aurora, AVD Heavy pillage the drop spots of teams like Falcons and AG Global and even RRQ on Purgatory, and I think that is a trend that will continue for the rest of the day. It's just a matter of the drop spots they choose, right? So we, like you said, we might see a lot more hot drops.
A lot more hot drops, lot more skirmishes, more fighting. Very good for us spectators because we get a lot more action on the board too. But for the teams, lots of thinking. I think there's going to be a lot of thinking. Coaches are going to have to be pretty involved, especially for teams that are kind of trailing in that 7th place onwards. EVOS, coach is probably working overtime right now. You know, he's pulling out all the numbers. He's trying to figure out, okay, what do we do going into our next game? But first off, I think we do need to highlight basically our champions for game number 1, Heavy. Okay, the team not looking heavy in game number 1. They're looking pretty dang light. If anything, agile, perfect form. This is what Heavy wants to basically do for the rest of the day. Mufasa is our MVP for the match, but yeah, dang, they put in so much work. 22 eliminations in the round, Husky. That's rare already.
Yeah, and even the top eliminations, right? All of Heavy members are on the leaderboard. 6 for Mufasa, Sitwan, and Alan. 4 for Don't Cry, and we have Alif from Oregon MY as well, being part of the Hall of Famers. This game is truly a frag round for Heavy, and considering the fact that they almost got team wiped in the early phases of the game, and to come back with that much points, it's a testament to their resilience. Running with this lineup as well, the Oscar, Cassie, Skylar, and Coda. A lot of teams stray away from the Coda in this meta, but Heavy thought that, okay, having the information is still pretty important, and it did pay off.
Look, whatever they did in this game in particular, it's absolutely done wonders for the team. I really wish we don't get interviews, unfortunately, for the first game, but I want to know what's happening through the team's mind right now. I want to know what they're thinking, what they spoke about yesterday, what they basically identified to be their issue, because I went back and checked the numbers for the daily points for the teams, and I think for yesterday, Heavy were sitting on, oh, actually this might be a little bit too late, but basically Heavy were just not where they wanted to be in terms of points. They scored very, very low. They were top 6 from the first day. Second day, things kind of fell apart. But let's have a look at points. Okay, this is going to set the tone for our leaderboard here. 34 points for Heavy, Husky. 34 points.
And
where's EVOS at? Okay, where's EVOS at? Give us the rundown. Give us the math.
Yeah, I mean 34 points for Heavy, 18 for Team Flash. It's not too bad. I mean, Team Flash is already in a comfortable position. Secret WAG, I like to think it's almost impossible to fall out of first.
They bumped them down.
It's fine. They're not gonna fall out of top 6. I mean, Heavy did bump EVOS out of top 6, so this is
that's the thing. They bumped them out of top 6 in one game, Husky. One game. That's.
I personally want EVOS to make it because we get one extra slot, but you know.
I know. You gave us the story at the beginning of the day, but dang, EVOS fans are going to be feeling the heat now. You know, sweating bullets. Still send your support to EVOS, to all of our EVOS fans out there. This is probably the time to send your support to the team because they need it. But for Heavy fans, I can visualize people dancing on chairs. Anyone that's watching with their friends probably cheersing whatever they're drinking. I'm suspecting a lot of positivity in the chat for the Vietnam broadcast. So yeah, Heavy, they pulled off a miracle, and in the span of one game, our very first game of the day. So the race is on for top 6, but Husky, I do agree. I don't think EVOS is out of it because obviously EVOS is still going to compete with Heavy head-to-head in our upcoming matches. But the fact that Heavy was able to close such a big gap in one round, all of a sudden, it kind of blows the door open for potentially PE, Buriram, maybe even WAG and Aurora, if they mess up 1 or 2 games, they might drop low enough to even catch a whiff of that 7th spot.
Yep. And I think it's time to play devil's advocate. I'm gonna float this idea because AJ is not here, so you know.
Sure.
So there's no one. He's not gonna fight back. Oh well, he has no way to fight back because he's busy with FFMAI. What are the possibilities that BRU doesn't make it to finals? Because they've never missed the finals for years or ever.
Okay, I don't think so. I don't think Buriram is going to miss out on finals. If they want to, they might scrape by in maybe like 5th or 6th, but I don't think so. There were a few games yesterday where I looked at Buriram and I thought like, who's this team? Yeah, and it was like not the good kind, you know. It's like, who's this team? This is not Buriram. And then they had a couple of great games, and I was just like, okay, my faith in this team has been restored. Buriram just likes to do that, okay? They like to play with our feelings. It's rough being a Buriram fan sometimes, but dang, you know, to not see Buriram in the finals, that would be shocking. I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah, me neither. I just want to see, see how much of a reaction I can get from our viewers out there, especially the Buriram fans. You know, like they're lovely people, but it's a possibility, right? It's a possibility.
Hey,
I'm not saying it's gonna happen.
Don't make the moderator's job too hard, okay? You're making things a little rough over there. Stop it.
Like, you have to understand, people spam like every single day. They'll be fine. VRU is gonna be fine. They're like you say, they do this very, very often, and they are still 3-time world champions, right? So you know what games, no one is going to forget about them. Regardless, in the game number 2 here, let's see if it's going to be any different, because back on Bermuda, so we know where BRU is heading. They're going to peak, and I want to see if a peak on Quarter Tour around that vicinity. I want to see if there's any other hot drops here. I feel like Bima Sakti Strip and Catalyst probably would be a bit of a hot zone. WAG going down south.
Yeah, a bit of a split.
There we have it.
Okay. Heavy. Coming in there, coming in pretty strong. All right, Husky, game on here. This is a pretty big opponent here for Heavy as well. If they're able to pick this up and they can pick up the same momentum in this game, we could be seeing another domination by Heavy. Not with Alan being dropped, you know, shot in the ankles. That's not a great way to start the game. So there goes Alan. Bit of a trade here. So Avita still going to be able to hold their own up against Heavy. And I think that's where Heavy say, okay, guys, let's slow down. Relax.
This one is important though. If EVOS gets wiped out here, it is going to make the run significantly harder for the Indonesians. Gochu's going to get jump over the wall. Nolan, good stuff there with the spray down with the mini Uzi. Rasha trying to really reel it back. Able to find his own confirmation there to make it even.
So 1 for 1 here, 3 versus 3 still. LBT on the low ground, Nero still remaining on the high ground, and we also see the sniper in the distance. So yeah, it could have been quite scary if EVOS were a little bit closer to that, but thankfully with Rasia kind of peeking over the hill, they're providing some much needed vision and information for the team as they're slowly repositioning as a group. Heavy still sticking around, and okay, we're in no man's land here, Heavy. This is kind of scary. You have Avita and Aurora in the vicinity. I think Katuan, he's out in the open. I'm pretty sure that he has been spotted.
Yep. Okay, Heavy has done it once. Can they do it again? Siquan taking contact here. Not a fight that he should take, but I don't think there's much choice. Look at where Jun is lurking. He's in the same vicinity again, just like game 1. Grenade over the head. Tawan with the knockdown. Unfortunately, Don't Cry won't be able to provide much help. They get the revive though, so Heavy still having the full squad left alive, but they did reveal themselves to ABD, who I'm pretty sure are out for revenge, but it also attracted Jun. Look at that, Aurora MY, they want to play spoilers once more, and unfortunately for Tawan, he's going to get shot in the back, and that will allow Don't Cry to start running for his life. Aurora MY comes in for the interception, and now it's between them and ABD, and Aurora are winning.
Hook, line, and sinker, apparently. The bait works out for Heavy. I don't really think they knew that Aurora was nearby, but you know, the fact that Aurora was in town, it did give them that opening to be able to slip away. They even tried to go for a bit of a cheeky shot there. Poor Don't Cry did not get the drop, did not get the elimination or point, and because of that, he has been spotted. So I guess they're going to have to pay the tax. You know, Heavy's like, oh, okay, we're trying to get a little greedy. A little late with the taxes, so here we go. There's the interest. There goes Don't Cry.
Yeah. The Axel keeping the close line. Knocks the win out of him, but Heavy, just like game 1, have more than enough members on the map. Spread out, in fact, across Bermuda to get the revive in. DRU this time not... Unlike game 1 on Purgatory, where they got wiped out pretty early on, this time they did start the round with 2 points for themselves. And Aurora just looking to clean up the remnants of ABD. And this is going to be heartbreaking for Avida if they get wiped out again like this.
Yeah, is it really only 2 players left for Avida though? Because we don't have the information. If they manage to get maybe another buyback in, there could be another player on the map. We'll see if they can do some damage here to Aurora at least before they go down. If they can get 1 or 2 knocks, you know, 1 or 2 points, that would be great. But there goes the rush. Taiwan and Pablo just hit the ground instantly. No chance to come back, but they do. This does confirm that they do have another member on the map at least. At least 1, maybe even 2. But this is going to slow down the progress for Avida. And apparently there's only 1 player left on the map for the team. So it's going to be a struggle to bring the team back.
Even when we look at the total points right now, you see Esports, because of the better start, they are still keeping it close with Heavy. The cutoff point is going to be Evo's once more as the benchmark. MEC will be the next in line, but 42 total points away. That's going to take some extra effort. So effectively, at least for the foreseeable future, this is going to be a 7-team affair. With one of them having to lose out in the very end. Argon and MY losing 2 members. As MEC with the pickup. And these kind of eliminations aren't that consequential to the grand scheme of things, to the greater race, but it does mean that the points are sort of, in a way, going to waste.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way of looking at it. Like, any teams that are either too high up the board or too low down, you know, whenever they pick up those points, it's hindering the progress for anyone that does need them, that is on the verge of qualifying or maybe even losing their position. But Magna, they're going to try and go for aim. God, it looks like so. Evos, unfortunately, they're not going to be having any quiet time at all. Speaking of quiet time, Onyx not going to be getting too much themselves. They did try to fly in, but with Flash nearby, shooting them out of the sky, Push is going to be the next one to go down thanks to the Zom. There's the finish off, and poor Onyx, you know, they've lost multiple players. They're still sitting on 3 players on the team, but as they keep flying on in, if they're not able to successfully loot, this is really slowing down any kind of progress that Onyx are trying to put together to even push into top 6. Now, the problem is we also have to remember Onyx are quite far down on the leaderboard. They kind of have to be able to pull off the same run as Heavy in 5 games back-to-back. So if Onyx aren't able to do anything starting from this game onwards, this might just solidify them not making it to top 6.
And they also have to rely on the teams in top 7 to not have good games, right? A lot of things have to fall in place, and that does complicate the matters a lot more, especially if you are an Onyx fan right now. This is not a good spot to be in. You might think that 5 rounds is a lot, but if every single round the teams that you're trying to catch up is also having a good round, it offsets all the progress that they make. Evos taking huge punishment. WAG back-to-back eliminations there on the Evos. Evos trying to fight back here, but Koju knows that he stood no chance. Has to somehow find cover. 3 blue walls stack on top of each other. Gotta hug the fences to get into factory.
Yeah, it's a little scary here because you've got 2 players left. We've got them split, and they're kind of sandwiched in between 2 teams too. So as long as one of them's able to get the revive, that would be the dream team here. But for now, we do have Flash looking to take out fires here from Argon. Looks like the Zom was dropped though, thanks to Noki. So we are going to be seeing a little bit of a trade here. Noki trying to block himself off here from Minkog, but you can see Minkog is pretty persistent, looking to try and go for this drop. He will get it, does have the support of his teammates as well. But Argon, they bring everybody back thanks to traps.
Argon gets another shot in this round. Heavy against Aurora. This one is also important. If Aurora can shut down Heavy, that does give Evos a ray of hope, but also solidifies Aurora's position in top 6.
Just to add to that, Evos have lost 2 players right on the dot too, so both of these teams are struggling. They're struggling on Bermuda today. But we do see the buyback, so Evos is slowly coming back in. Alright, let's see what Heavy's capable of doing here, Husky. Can they break through Aurora? Because this would be the biggest challenge for them in this game. If they can beat out Aurora, they've basically eliminated one of the biggest monsters in the lobby.
I think Heavy should be able to make that rotation without taking a fight here. But Aurora are quite relentless.
I don't know, it seems like they want it though. Look at Alan. Alan's running towards Aurora.
Yeah, double UAVs committed too. I think Aurora should have bought enough distance for themselves. Alan does see the silhouette of the Aurora players. Even places down the blue wall just in case. Binoculars in front, but not far ahead enough. So this does confirm that the Aurora players are not within reach anymore. So Heavy would just have to give up on the chase.
Yeah, and it's quite dangerous for them to try to cross that bridge because Aurora's practically camping the other side. So they'd be kind of running into a very dangerous bottleneck. We are going to be switching on over to the top-down view. So right now we do have almost all of our teams in the circle. We just have a couple of stragglers on the outside. We have Avita, we have Aurora. Obviously Heavy is pretty deep out in that blue zone as well. Argon and Y regrouping as a team, and Flash is about to enter. But they're about to run into Ray, and I believe that's Aim God as well. So a split EVOS might be losing some more members if they're not able to deal with Flash.
Meanwhile, WAG finds a wild Zyru as they're on top of this silo. And I can imagine that they will hold this spot until the circle says otherwise. It's a pretty nifty spot to be on. That's 5 points for WAG without having to do too much.
Yeah, it's a pretty good game for WAG, right? They've got so much vision to play with. Like, if they see anyone down there, they at least know roughly what angle to jump down from once that circle does force them to move. We are going to be seeing that circle kind of shifting towards that corner there for Factory. So there's a very good chance that they will have to abandon that vantage point. But let's switch back on over to Heavy. They are still in that blue zone, and you can see right now Aurora is basically the team gatekeeping them from that safe zone. So Heavy's going to make a decision here, and it's a really important one. You either directly engage into Aurora, or you try to bypass them another way. Looks like it's going to be Aurora flying into them, but Aurora is going to go into a trade instead. Katuan is down, but can they maybe turn things around?
Yeah, Aurora, they are not going to wait, and this is what we loved about the team. They make snap decisions, and they do it so well. Aurora finding revenge. That is the spot that they want to be in. Heavy, obviously, still in the game, but Aurora have definitely overcame one of the bigger hurdles that they struggled with in game 1, and that should put them on track.
That's crazy too, because that even forces them basically back. They're actually crossing the river from Kotatua to actually go to the vending machine, I believe, on Sentosa. So yeah, drastic measures are going to have to be made here. In the meantime, though, Argon and Y running into Onyx, and so far Argon are going to be the ones to lose that. Heavy, though, they are out in 12th place, Husky. So it's time for EVOS to grab those points and to take back that 6th place from Heavy after a dangerously close round number 1. We'll see if they're capable of doing that, or if someone's going to cut their dream short.
Yeah, EVOS given a second chance here, and Flash might just pry it away from them. They have to survive this.
Yeah, it was all thanks to Aurora.
This imminent
Aurora
siege too.
The reason why, yeah. Oh boy, it's 1 point, Husky. 1 point.
Yep, 1 point.
So for Heavy to stay in this current position, EVOS need to be eliminated right now and to pick up no eliminations. That is literally the scenario that has to happen. If EVOS simply pick up 1 point, and if they're able to place at least as like the 10th place team, they'll, I think, score at least 1 point to overtake Heavy. Assuming
Honestly,
my math is right. I don't math normally.
Like the further EVOS gets into this round, the harder it is for Heavy, right? Like the more stressful it is, it's going to be for Heavy for the rest of the evening. Nolan, that's a fine tune. They're all trapped in the same space. The Esports here to deliver some vengeance to a Heavy, or at least in place of Heavy. But Aurora, again, holding on very, very well. Absorbing the pressure from PE Esports. Aurora, let's see what the next move is going to be, because you do have ABD lingering around. MBC is coming in. Flash
Axel.
also on the horizon. LBT pops Axel's hit. Aurora should be able to bring him back. ABD
Avita
from behind, unknowingly helping out Aurora. PE Esports gets bulldozed from the back.
That's insane, because what's effectively happened is that because PE Sports are going to get almost nothing from the round, that also leaves them open to losing their position in these next up-and-coming rounds. Insane play there for Evita to basically help any teams that are towards the bottom end of the bracket. Now Aurora are going to continue with their assault, rotating around the wall there, as they know if they try to go through that bottleneck, they're going to be in deep trouble. But Evita are actually looking to try to cut them off as well. WAG in the meantime, they're going to be launching themselves right on top of Evita. Hopefully they can even hit the ground. Tikwe is able to get there in time. So it looks like WAG are going to go right into Evita in a 4 versus 4 skirmish. But look at this, Aurora on the other side, even going to be helping them out.
Oh! And Shadow Esports actually are wiping out Aurora as well. This is not good news at all. Aurora thought that they had a chance. They're not out of the game just yet, but in the same spot as previously. Axel again last man alive. The Shadow see him though. I think Axel is outside of the perimeter, so he's gonna be safe for now, as this is chaos incarnate. WAG monster truck dropped on top. WAG completely destroyed by grenade launcher from Long Kong. WAG out in 10th. Vita and Shadow now have to contend with each other, but Long Kong won't have much time to bring his teammates back up. Decides to go for the patch up instead. Pablo back up on his feet, but Shadow have the full squad coming.
And look who remains as well. We have Shadow Esports holding onto the corner. The Axel is on the other side of the wall, maybe hoping to achieve something here, but Mukna is looking to go for the fight into Shadow Esports. Getbrew just on the other side of that blue wall. They're just waiting for his next firework to break, but there we go. It's dropped. The fight has begun. Mukna looking to shred Shadow Esports. The Shadow Esports able to respond in kind. Both teams losing players left, right, and center. It's just Virus all on his own. Shadow Esports trying to swarm on top of him. Argot MY first team to go down in this fight. On the other side, Pablo as well as Long Kong sticking their nose into the business as well, deleting Mukna and preventing them from cutting into Shadow Esports.
At AVD, they have to find a way out of this. Aurora finally gets eliminated over the same spot as the previous round. BRU getting mowed down from behind. As it's not just Evos, it's also Onyx to deal with them. The Indonesians clearly have a bone to pick. Wasana also gone. Onyx perishes at the same time. BRU no longer here. AVD, Shadow, Evos, they're in top 4 alongside Team Flash. This is going to be quite the round. Shadow takes on the fight against AVD. Shadow again with a superior frontal assault wins, but the Zom instantly stops them in their tracks. And guess who's in the final circle again, Danny? It's Team Flash and Evos, and they are not going to wait. Team Flash just comes in hot, and Team Flash on the board with 1.
Team Flash remind everyone that they are still in the lobby. I have to say as well for Flash, you know, they were pretty lucky with where that circle ended up being, because everyone was constantly fighting within the compound. They were trying to, you know, they were basically trying to assert dominance, hoping the circle was going to shift their way. It was just unfortunate that it moved away and basically left them out in the open. And because Flash didn't really have to deal with anybody on the other side of the map, that they were basically free to go in whenever they wanted. They saw everyone was busy fighting amongst themselves. It was a 3-way fight, and they decided, let's let them have it for a little bit. We're going to come in, we're going to clean up, we're going to have everything that they need. And unfortunately for Evos, they were basically out of gas by the time the fight ended. Like, sure, they got second place, they got those elimination points as well. It's just, they didn't have enough to push through and grab that booyah. So congratulations to Team Flash to be able to pick that up at the last moment. But congratulations to Evos, right? Because game number 1 was an absolute disaster for this team. They needed points to try and maintain that lead over Heavy. It was Heavy that ended up really digging deep and grabbing 34 points in our first round. But game number 2, Heavy, first team eliminated. I think they only had like 2 or 3 eliminations when they went down, which basically left the rest of the game open to Evos. And Evos, yeah, it's not a booyah, but they still got enough points to start building that lead over Heavy again.
Yeah, and that is not good news for Heavy, who did work hard in game 1, and fantastic news for Evos. But even greater news for the Vietnamese Vietnam region. 2 games in a row. We started with Heavy, and now we have Team Flash, who got the booyah. Good news is that Team Flash is already in that top 6, but I did float the possibility of points sort of getting wasted depending on who takes it. In the top 4, 2 of the teams were not in close contention for top 6, ABD and Shadow Esports, and they back majority of the points this round as well.
I'd say even to a certain degree, like Flash picking up points really hurts the lobby too, because they're already so far ahead that they kind of don't need the points. They would like the points, but they're not in a position like Heavy, EVOS. I'd even argue Esports now is at risk of potentially dropping out of top 6 as well, because they did get dropped very early. Well, not really early, but they basically were one of the first few teams to get eliminated just based off of a very unfortunate position. So yeah, it's only game 2 today, Husky, but this story, it's not over yet. It's not set. It has not been published. Okay, we're still drafting it up, and anything can go with how the games have been going.
Yeah, and this does make today a lot more interesting right now for the teams. I think the central piece, the central plot is still going to be on whether it's EVOS or Heavy until another contender gets close to them. I think I stand by the fact that I think top 5 is almost guaranteed to be secure because they have been performing well so far.
Okay, I'm gonna say top 4. I don't think
top 4.
I don't think PE is safe simply because of that round. Because okay, so coming into this round, PE Esports were 2 points behind Buriram, which was 142. Under them is Evo. Oh, hang on. This is. Oh, hang on. I'm looking at slightly outdated numbers. Did I post the updated score? No, I didn't. But basically, Heavy is like 2 points over EVOS, right? Yeah. It's like 2 or 3 points over EVOS. PE was roughly like 10, 15 points, I think, over them. So the fact that PE Sports wasn't able to pick up that many points, and EVOS picked up, I want to say they picked up like 15 maybe after that round, that they might have closed the gap to PE Sports, which means PE could be at risk of losing their position to Heavy. Assuming game number 3, PE Sports bomb out and Heavy do well.
Yeah,
I don't normally math. I'm not trusting myself here.
Me neither. The only math
I love how you just sit there and take it. It's like yes.
I agree, because I only know how to count cash. I think that's the most important math that.
Oh, you only count numbers if they're green.
Yeah, I count the kachings as they say.
Okay.
Yeah. But I think the leaderboard is going to give us a very good idea on where the teams stand. I do wonder though, how much is shifted, right? Because this game again, look at it, MEC, Virus is there, Long Kong from ABD had an incredible game, but this was also a huge part of the second half of this game came down to who gets the backstab, right? Who becomes the greatest vulture? Because it's so less space with so many teams that teams are getting backstab on top of backstabs on top of backstabs.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it ended with Team Flash, coming out on top. But they do run the Moors. A few teams run the Moors in their lineup. One of it is Falcons. And in this case, it does allow you to get into a better position to scout out places early on. But Team Flash, they did have the advantage of being in the right place already. So the rest of the round wasn't really that hard, considering that most teams already tore off like an arm and a leg from everyone else.
Yeah. I really do agree with the fact that Flash, they really got the better end of the bargain with where the final circle ended up being, right? Because everyone took the same gamble. They all took the same gamble. They tried to hide within the compound, hoping that the circle was going to go and shift to the right. Unfortunately, it shifted more to the left center area of that final circle. So yeah, times are tough here. But let's start counting points here, Husky. So starting off with Team Flash, who was that team that got the Booyah, 23 points added to their name. So further pushing themselves up on that leaderboard in first place. Okay, the Kings are happy sitting on their throne. As for Evita, this team does not need points, but apparently they needed 20 of them for this round. So this is going to add to their score line for today as well. Shadow Esports, another team that unfortunately is quite far down on the leaderboard, but if assuming Shadow Esports is able to keep playing like this for the rest of the day, they might even be able to slip in and maybe swipe away top 6. Here's the overall score for our standings today here, Husky. Okay, points so far. Okay, who's doing well, who's struggling?
Well, I mean, Flash doing well, Heavy's doing pretty well, EVO's recovered, Rora still pretty consistent, almost an average of 10 eliminations per round. It's just that the placements don't look too good.
PE are falling, I'm gonna have to say that.
I mean, VRU also not doing too well. They actually have the least points so far.
So Buriram and PE could maybe even open up 4th and 5th for our bottom teams to potentially swipe away. This race is getting too close, but here we go. Okay, so this is what we're currently playing with. So Flash, Aurora, WEG, these guys are fine. 190 points. It's going to be very hard to touch these guys. Next up is Buriram, 178. So there's still a pretty good buffer between Buriram and PE. So here's where we are hitting that danger zone here. PE and EVOS, 167, 164. Their opponent, Heavy, 154 points. So effectively around that 10 point, 11, 12 point mark here for Heavy. Heavy is still very much within range of taking this 6th spot away. It's just, is it going to be EVOS or PE to give that spot away? I would love to add Magna, Shadow, and Onyx to the equation. The only problem I see here is that they are reaching the point of no return, because for Magna, they're about like 30 points. Yeah, let's just say about 30 points for them to touch Heavy. 40, 50 points if they're even going to touch PE and EVOS. And even further down, it's even worse. So, yeah, I don't know. You know, it would be crazy if Magna, Shadow, and Onyx would all be able to compete for that 5th and 6th spot. But I think the gap's getting too big down there.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that right now we're looking at the race of the top 7 teams, right? Heavy is effectively the only team right now who is within the realm of possibility to really have an impact, and that could also come not just them affecting, you know, the 5th and 6th place team, but it might also affect BRU if BRU have another underwhelming round, because they have a cushion for now, but it doesn't last forever. They also need to start stepping up, and thankfully on Solara, it's one of the best performing maps.
Yeah. Oh boy. Okay, we have a very, very interesting round of matches here today. So PE Esports probably banking on being able to build up a pretty big point lead on this map. As for EVOS and Heavy though, I kind of wish we had numbers for these guys on Solara. Like, how do they generally do on this map? Like, is there an opportunity for Heavy to maybe outcompete EVOS again, close the gap again, pick up those 12 points, and obviously go above and beyond to try and overtake them again?
Yep. I think man, I'm trying to figure out, I'm trying to think if Aurora is going to keep the same gameplay, because for 2 games in a row, them, Heavy, and Avida have been sharing almost the same drop spot, right? Like, we can sort of see where how some of these teams want to play. Aurora clearly going guns blazing. The only thing I think that they need to brush up a little bit is that mid-game rotation, because for 2 rounds in a row they've been caught in the crossfire out in the open and finished 7th and 8th. They need to get a bit better placements just for their placement points to make up for to sort of fill in the void, because sure, you have a lot of eliminations, but those placement points, they can come in handy.
Yeah, those placement points, I mean, you just want as many points as possible, right? Because I think in a lot of cases, don't force the tiebreaker. Okay, we don't want to jump into tiebreakers. You just want to guarantee your spot, just score more points. Eliminations, obviously, is really where it's at if you're trying to push yourself forward. Okay, so let's kind of jump into this game here, Husky. We've got to start talking about points here. I want to talk about other teams, but really it's just PE, EVOS, and Heavy, right? So PE banking on this map being their big money maker, their big point maker. They want to try and escape that 6th spot. They want to basically tell Heavy, our position is untouchable. Is it untouchable? No. It is very touchable. They can touch it. Buriram, if they keep getting single-digit points, I'm scared Buriram is also leaving themselves open.
And that's why, right? Like, again, I believe in BRU, but hey,
this is their map too. This is their map. Too. Yeah. So this should be where Buriram gets the big points, but it's not up to Buriram, right? It's up to everyone else on how they decide to play the game. Hot drop. You gotta see a hot drop. I think if you want to do anything, if I'm Heavy, hot drop Buriram. Hot drop them. Do it, okay? You don't have a lot of time left. If you want to win, if you want to grab those points, you got to put your fate in your own hands. And thankfully for everybody, but it's going to be a pretty neutral flight path here. Heavy already going to be dropping down pretty close to Flash. But they are also going to be going for their classic play of a very wide spread. We're not really seeing any hot drops, I believe. Yeah, it's pretty clear unless maybe EVOS decide to drop short. No, they're going to continue on to the studio. So, yeah, pretty quiet early game here again, Husky.
Yeah, and this time, at least for Heavy and ABD, they aren't going to be running into any teams that will cause them problems early on, especially for Heavy, who could catch a break. But all eyes are going to be on Team Flash and BRU, who are the best top performing teams on this map. Secret WAG 2 would love to cash in some points, considering that they are safe for now, but you don't really want to tempt fate too much.
Yeah, don't touch fate, okay? Put the stick down. you can tempt fate after today's games. But for WAG, just going to keep looting. They do have eyes on Pablo, it looks like, so they have been spotted. Pablo has some support, but with just the two of them going into a full roster, this might not end up being a very happy ending here for Avida. Tikoi is going to be coming in from the back. Pablo going to be going in onto the high ground. Whoa! Really great one tap, and actually gets that one. So Avida picking up one elimination, and all of a sudden WAG kind of hesitating.
Instant revive that by Tikoi. ABD. They're going to... Well, they don't really have much to lose. Huang good stuff from behind. On a little bit, ABD now putting the pressure off as Secret WAG's draft. And that's more like your Tikoi with the second one. They know where Long Kong is, so that's going to be number 3. Long Kong will have to come and fight this out. I believe the fight is possible, but gets the 180. That's a good start, but doesn't have the health pool to keep on fighting.
Yeah, so that's going to be another elimination. WAG picking up 3 eliminations this early on, so nice little start for the team. Avida is going to be playing the game of catch-up again as they try and bring their teammates back. EVOS, though, okay, they're in Bloomtown and they're right next to WAG, so it'll be great here for EVOS if they're able to get rid of WAG, but it's going to be quite difficult playing on the low ground because WAG, they should have no problem spotting this out. So, yeah, if EVOS do commit for this, I feel like this is a really dangerous play. I mean, the team is still pretty split as well. They're not in the best position to actually fight anybody.
EVOS actually will back off. Back to Bloomtown. And up and out early on with code 2. On the other hand, up against Aurora MY. Aurora would love to take all these points away from
We're using the slide rails with Zeus. I love Zeus. This man is so brave.
He is. It reminds me a bit of Cobra back then, right? We do have some players who are very fearless, and if Zeus is going to be the next up and coming, so be it, because we do have Axel, who also has played with some of the best players during our prime time. But there is crime around the corner.
There we go, they're going in.
That's what friends are for. You bring them in for a good time. Azrael loses the barrier and Zeus puts down the time turner to build him up, but there is crime on the off angle. Zeus playing a bit too much, but was able to escape death, and now the rest of Bonding are going to start hunting for him. Aurora needs to formulate a response as soon as possible.
I don't know if I agree with this. It feels like a trap. In the meantime, though, WAG going to be engaging into Shadow Esports. Hong Arm is going to be hiding within the confound of those blue wall teammates coming in. Tikoi coming in with the dash. Can they finish off Rin? They will lose None and Tikoi as well. It's just Please One. I believe it's the final player here for WAG. He will launch himself away, but knowing their opponents, they're going to go for the chase. They're flying on in. Quan really wants this, but Please One, can he get the snipe? He doesn't get it. He needed the one tap. They're coming after him now. WAG in trouble.
If One goes down, this is going to be painful for Secret WAG, and Shinzi with the nail in the coffin right there buries WAG in 12th spot.
Oh, and Onyx too. All right, so we have lost 2 teams already, 4 minutes into the game. So both Onyx and WAG out of the running, it seems. EVOS still sitting on no eliminations, but looking at the scoreboard, most of the points been going to both Shadow Esports and Aurora, both teams sitting on 4 eliminations a pop.
That also means that Aurora wiped out Onyx without any casualties as well. That is great news for the Malaysians.
EVOS still hunting, trying to find whatever angle that they can get on Shadow Esports. Whereas Shinzi and Rin going to be holding up the rear. And they're probably starting to feel the heat there as EVOS continue on with the chase. They don't quite get the angle there on Rin though, so Rin's going to be able to escape. Shinzi, though, going to stay back for the team. So they're probably going to just use him as a pair of eyes to spot where EVOS is going to move as a team. They're probably going to sacrifice him for vision. But PE, though, they do lose Lao Ho. Okay, he does hit the floor, and Mufasa finishes him off too. So Heavy up to 3 eliminations. They're going back into the driver's seat looking for those points.
Another point going into the hands of Heavy. That puts some extra pressure onto EVOS, but EVOS still in it. Revive goes through. LVT brings Lao Ho back. Avida under siege, and guess who's knocking at the front doors for the 3rd time in a row? It's Aurora again, and Axel good on the delivery. Azrael as well with the follow-up. There is no stopping the Malaysians. Anusit draws the engine to life, but it's making a lot of noise, and Aurora sees it. Can they pick him off in time? Doesn't seem to be possible. Anusit gaining enough distance. Aurora not likely to go for the chase, and Anusit will be able to get the revive. Full squad revive, in fact.
Yep, so there's the full revive. So at least if they lose Anusit, he's going to be pretty happy, as he's already done the major contribution for the team. So there goes Anusit, sniped down by Jun, and that should be the elimination. So there we go. Aurora picked up another elimination. In the meantime, though, we do have Flash chasing down Argon MY. They do catch out Alif. His team has completely abandoned him, as they don't really want to be jumping into Flash here. They do bring him back, but I hope Argon MY are ready to fight into Flash, because they're hot on their heels. Oh, but Heavy's here as well.
Oh, this
that would be
tight.
huge.
It would be. For Heavy, if they win, massive. But EVOS are also making their own story with a takedown off screen. Argon MY getting blasted by Heavy, but so far still able to skid away on the grind rails. They did leave behind one of their players, unfortunately, and EVOS continuing to rack up numbers off screen. So both EVOS and Heavy really putting in the groundwork to make sure that they get the top 6.
Yeah, they really want to get that top 6, and for Heavy fans out there, they're feeling pretty good about this. It's just, as long as they don't get sloppy, okay? We've seen teams get a little sloppy trying to go for these redemption arcs. Flash, they do have a lot of throwables out there, but unfortunately not going to really be able to do much. ABCD having to barricade himself, but Riptide Rhythm is going to cut on through. And all of a sudden, ABCD hits the ground as well. Katuan did get dropped, but they do have the pick up there. So Heavy's still 4-man strong. But for Flash, not looking too flashy here. Players hitting the floor, eliminations being picked up as well. I think Heavy, they're going to come out of this significantly better than Flash. They do still have one more player left, but do they even have a chance to escape? I don't think so. There goes Flash. Our leader on the leaderboard is out.
Significant win there for Heavy. That should put them in
that's
7 points already. Very comfortable stuff.
And keep in mind as well, for poor EVOS, they only have 3. I say only, but we've seen what Heavy can do. They run away with the game if they have that really active early game, and they're allowed to play that way.
Circle today, the flight path has been generous so far, but the circle has been the brutal one. Really putting these teams to the test. This one on the complete northern side. So some teams will have to make big rotations, Aurora being one of them. EVOS too, but it seems like EVOS are not going to do it that quickly. There is a Dinoculus that was used. I believe that was used by Aurora. Probably going to pitch themselves a tent there for a while before taking the Grinders to Funfair, which is completely cleared. But there is a chance that EVOS runs into them, and that will be the most important fight for EVOS.
Yeah, EVOS have to survive that fight. They need to get rid of Aurora. Either severely wound them and make them and force them back, or just basically win it outright. Alan almost going down, but he does get sniped. Anusit, perfect sniping there, is going to basically slow down Heavy's assault. They lose Alan. They're also going to manage to catch Katuan as well. Pablo and Tawan on the high ground there. Don't cry. The one tap onto Tawan. Pablo's trying to finish him off. He can't quite get it. Can his teammate save him? No! Pablo gets sniped from the distance, and Don't Cry will be able to finish them off, pushing Heavy up to 9 eliminations. They are only down to 2 players left, but Heavy, you know, the circle is still big enough for them to be able to bring their teammates back.
Yep, and there's a vending machine right there.
Oh, and who's
oh, this is gonna be fun. Run! Can you get it? Get him, Mufasa! Get him!
Ooh!
One more. Oh!
Snipe!
Right on the money there, Mufasa. And that's point 11 for Heavy. That's going into the highlight reels for sure. And they get the revive too. Don't Cry is a hero for clutching that 1v3 for Heavy.
Oh man, they need to rebrand to cruising or something because they are making their games look easy. Oh my gosh, Heavy on a roll, still looking for those elimination points. And I think if things continue the way they do, if they get enough eliminations, they can even say like, okay, we don't actually need placements. We just need to continue with getting blood on our hands. Give us those points. Coach Heal! Sniped by John. Beautiful one tap.
And this is going from bad to worse for Evos. If Aurora wipes them out here, Heavy is going to be smiling from cheek to cheek. And you know Aurora, they're not stopping. These young bloods, all they know is carnage. At least when push comes to shove, Rasha relocates, able to get out safely, but does abandon his teammates, and Zue is going to take that opportunity forward. Aim God though, good on his aim. Instantly traded by John. The Axel on the flank. Ray's going to jump down with balcony. Doesn't know what hit him. Just wound Axel for a while, but it's an inevitability that he goes down. Evos, they not out just yet though. They still get the revive, courtesy of Rasha, who decides to return to the crime scene, but they also have another Indonesian squad arriving, and that's Shadow Esports, and Aurora is out.
Oh, that is crazy. Still have 9 teams left, but 36 players. Rasia trying to make a getaway. Angot's nearby, but remember, they've just come back. They basically have nothing to work with. So Evos, they are playing that game of survival. It is... I mean, they can't really fight. It's all flight here for Evos. So as long as they play quiet, they might be able to sort of slip on through into this late game. But Shadow Esports is not making that job any easier for them. Ray, in the meantime, though, is spotted out by Buriram. That's going to be a free elim. So it's all up to Aim God. And Uni has 300 gold coins as well. There's really not much he's going to be able to do.
Yep, not enough to bring anyone back, sadly. We'll have to try and hunt for some out in the wild. And he is very much dried up in terms of resources. 3 glue walls, 4 med kits. It does have the Oscar for the extra dash if you really need it. When you look at the total scores, Heavy tied up with Evos right now, and we still haven't accounted for the placement points. If Evos gets knocked out here and Heavy progresses, we'll end this round in a better spot.
Oh no, look who's coming. You gotta get out of there, Aim God. You gotta get out. You've been spotted. Pablo on the rooftop. He just flew in as well. Aim God has to win this because he's the last remaining player here for Evos. He needs the placement points. Looks like Aurora's gonna be chipping in and helping out take out Tawan. So Aim God will be able to at least have a very equal 1v1. Although obviously it's gonna be a little more aimed towards Aim God here because Pablo just kind of flew in. I mean, if AimGod can grab a knockout here, that would be great because they do need whatever points that they can get their hands on. It's just, with Pablo simply existing, kind of makes it hard for AimGod to move.
Yep, he's probably stuck here. And it's going to start attracting other teams too. Aurora continues to be on the move. AimGod also needs to start making some moves too. He, again, not enough gold coins for the revive. As long as he stays at the worst it gets, he's already depleted his medkit supply. Uses the Valiant Dash to relocate for now.
Oh, but it's painful. Oh, the pain's got no more. Yeah, no more medkits. He's got one more. Oh, he's got nothing. This man is playing with absolutely nothing.
He's going to pick up one on the way out, but he's living on borrowed time. Heavy has 14 eliminations a game, by the way. They're replicating that round 1.
Oh, if they get rid of PE, that'll be huge.
If they do, this is going to be potentially their round again. And what better team to do it than Heavy? Aurora is on the west side. They have Argon and White to contend with. But Argon and White getting shot at by BRU. Here comes AimGod sliding in. My man makes it into the lightning zone for now, but he's immediately spotted. And I think Argon and White is the one that spots him. 5 more glue walls and a med pit pack. Not much left for AimGod.
Oh man, he's basically trying to survive on hopes and dreams, but Heavy says absolutely not. Don't Cry goes down, but they pick up AimGod, so that's going to be it. 8th place for Evos. They are done and dusted. And Heavy, they do want to continue, but oh, Don't Cry and Alan, they're caught. Riptide Rhythm thrown out as well. Buriram really making it hard here for Heavy. This game might just be too heavy, and they are out of there. All thanks to Buriram and Argon MY. But keep in mind, Heavy, they did take home a lion's share of those elimination points.
Doing just enough to sit on top of Evos by 2 points. I think that's excluding the placement points for now, so we'll check in a bit after the round ends. But BRU, after having 2 poor starts to the last day, they did recover, getting a decent amount of eliminations under the belt, and that should keep them almost certainly safe in the top 6.
Oh, PE Esports going to be feasted upon by Argon NY on the high ground. They don't have anywhere to hide. It's just basically a bridge and a river between them. So there goes PE. They were hoping to get more, but they're at least still 2 points ahead, I believe, of Heavy. Which leaves us to our top 4 teams here, Husky, Aurora, Argon NY, Buriram, and Magna. The problem is for Buriram and Magna, they are down to their 3 players. A couple of them are still down. They would love to go for the pickup, but Magna right next to Buriram, they couldn't afford to grab it. So here we go. It's going to be a team versus team situation. Who's going to be the first one to make the move? So many blue walls barricading Magna in, and that blue zone is moving. So someone's going to make the call to go get Boo, and Virus caught out by Buriram, leaving Jans all on his lonesome. He does manage to get away, but he's out in the open, tries to use the slide rail as well. I mean, he's still alive, but for how much longer?
I don't think I've seen this for a long time. All Malaysian teams in the final circle. Aurora, Azriel looking for his next victim. Good glue wall. He's using the blue zone to pose a threat to his enemies. Need to bring Zuiz back up first. And Zuiz back up and knock down Azriel as well. The play zone becoming the bane of their existence as BRU makes it to safety but has to relocate. We have Argon MY under the bridge. They are waiting for an ambush, and Aurora started with the full squad, now only left with 2. Laying siege to Argon MY's fortress, but that does give space for BRU to plan their next move as the circle now relocates and recenters around all of the teams.
And this is a pretty big win here for Buriram because they don't need to fight into these teams if they don't want to, right? They can stay within the confines of their compound, and Argon MY and Aurora are going to have to sort of deal with each other because they're both playing on the low ground. And with all these throwables as well, it's slowly chipping away into these resources that these 2 teams have. And for Buriram, do they need to force anything? No, they're in a pretty good spot to just sit back and relax.
Gonna try and at least force some movement now from Argon MY. BRU, you can argue that they have literally the best compound to work with that they took from Magna earlier on. But for the other 2 Malaysian teams, you don't get a better chance than this to take out BRU.
They gotta tag team this though. They have to somehow force Buriram out of that compound. And I have to say, I do like the position here for Aurora. They have relocated to the other side of the circle, so that basically takes Argon out of their lines of sight, which leaves Buriram to be the next victim potentially. But is it going to be Argon and Aurora to make the call, or is it maybe Buriram that's going to come out with a surprise play? Because I think if you're Buriram, seeing nothing is happening at the moment and looking at where that circle is going to end, if I'm Buriram, you got to start pulling out some of those crazy plays. I think you jump out right now, you either decide to ambush Aurora or Argon, and then you decide to turn on the other team. But the thing is that going to be the play, or are they going to play it slowly? So far, they're playing it slow here, Husky.
Yep,
they're
this
still
is
staying.
It's looking pretty scary, honestly. Especially for Aurora. They are the ones who are outnumbered. Circle threatening the end game. Here comes Argon MY. They make the first move first. Let's see if they can crack the armor of BRU, who basically have all the crucial points covered, but I have a feeling that Argon MY, they're not going to move from there. They just want some safe haven. And now it's Aurora's turn. They did block out all of the windows to cut line of sight.
Maybe it's okay for Aurora, right? Like if the windows are all blocked, they're not going to be the target. And look at that, Argon, they're thinking of taking that second floor, Husky.
Yeah, but they gotta move in though.
Got a crate.
The only entrance is guarded by Argon. Maybe Aurora could take all of them down, but it's 8 people against 2. They are in the open. Here comes the Riptide Rhythm Axel.
Grenade.
He has the right idea. Here comes all the utilities. Are they going to be drained out by the blue? Here we go. June and Axel. They're going to play spoilers, and all the glue was used. They're not here for the eliminations. They are here for the deception, the disruption there. And BRU reads into it. Now they're going to push towards Aurora. BRU gains center. Oh, she sneaks that shot in. How did he do that? June finally eliminated. It's down to Argon and BRU. And BRU, they do what they do best here. Against all odds, they're going to be ones to come out on top. BRU finds their booyah.
That was crazy too. We had 2 teams basically make that final getaway from the compound. We had Aurora on the other side trying to play devil's advocate, throwing the Riptide Rhythm, grenades, the ice grenades as well, hoping to be able to get those shots in, maybe try to finish them off before they even escape the building. it's just, unfortunately, with only 2 players, right, there's only so much you can do. And for Buriram, they made the right call. They trailed, they used all the blue walls that were being deployed in front of them, and they just navigated that maze perfectly. They landed all the shots that they needed. They got rid of Aurora, which I think was a pretty big X factor there. I think if Aurora didn't get taken out in the grand scheme of things, it could have been way more chaotic. But Aurora got taken out. It was just a clean exit there for Buriram. I mean, Buriram fans feeling pretty good about that round. You know, Buriram were, I think, statistically, they were one of the favorites to win that map, if I'm not mistaken. They were like 2nd or 3rd. So
it was them and Team Flash. They were both tied 1st and 2nd. So yeah, BRU
wasn't PE 3rd?
I think so.
3rd? Yeah, I think PE was 3rd.
BRU holding true to the stats, right? Able to win that round, and I think they are most likely safe in top 6. I don't see any other team taking them down for these point homers unless they have 3 back-to-back poor rounds, but that's highly unlikely. Now the attention fully turns onto EVOS and Heavy, because Heavy just overtook EVOS again.
2 points.
From eliminations, right? We haven't even looked at the placement points just yet, but it's definitely going to be single digits for now.
Yeah, I think, so the last update for the live leaderboard, and this was both of the teams eliminated, 2 points. And I believe Heavy was ahead of EVOS. So there's a 2-point gap between these 2 teams. But I also have to add to the equation PE. They were, I think, like 2 or 3 points ahead as well. So these 3 teams are literally on each other's heels. It's really going to come down to their performance in these next up-and-coming games. And Husky, we've just had 3 games. We've had 3 games. We have 3 more to go. You can't afford to fumble these last 3 games. It's your last chance to grab those points, because all it takes for one of these 3 teams, you bomb out one of the rounds. If you play 2 average games, that's probably it. You're probably 7th place. You don't even make it to top 6. So these 3 teams really have to stick their finger out if they want to grab the points and if they want to stay in top 6. So 5th and 6th place, still anyone's game.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of I think, you know, the format, right? Every single time, no matter what format we played, I think we've gone through like at least 3 different like tournament formats from the start until now. We always seem to get these close fights, right? And against some of the big, and between some of the big teams as well. Obviously, in this case, for EVOS Divine, this is probably the most stressful it has been. If you ignore the fact that they already are gonna head to EWC, but that aside, you don't want to just, you know, play poorly because you already have that slot. You want to have something to prove, and I think for EVOS, they have yet to find what makes them tick, right? They have yet to find what makes EVOS have a good round.
I want to say I know what's wrong, or at least like what's happened with the team, but yeah, I don't know. This is just from the perspective of somebody, and I mean you've seen a lot of EVOS as well, right? Do you think what we're currently seeing from EVOS, like this is classic EVOS, but their playstyle just currently being incompatible with the current meta, or are they playing different? Because just from my point of view, I feel like this team is playing different. You know, they're trying something new. It's not the classic EVOS that we're used to. They look uncomfortable.
Yeah, I agree with you. I also feel like they're playing different. This is not the EVOS that, you know, kind of won EWC last year. And we are in a meta where snipers are back, right? They're so back, they're so important, and this should be a meta that you look at Russia and think to yourself, this kid's gonna win EVOS another trophy. But this is not what we're seeing so far, and I think one of the biggest weaknesses of EVOS is that sure, Russia is the star player, but that also requires the rest of the team to set up for him, right? Like, he is not a one-hit wonder. He's not gonna be the one-size-fits-all. But in a meta where he's supposed to be the one that shines the most, but yet EVOS plays not like the EVOS that we know, it's a multiple layer problem that EVOS needs to somehow figure out. And first of all, they gotta figure out how to remain in top 6 so they don't miss the grand finals.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna throw a theory out there. This is a personal theory, okay? There is no right or wrong answer. If anyone in the chat wants to agree or disagree, please do, okay? We're all allowed to have opinions. What if EVOS is playing, or at least looking and playing different, because they're trying to take responsibility off of Rassia's shoulders. Because in the past, we would see EVOS basically like throw everything at the Wonder Kid, right? They would throw everything at Rassia, give him all the resources, all the space. They would use their bodies to try and protect him, save him. He'll be the first player the team generally is going to revive. We're seeing in today's games, or at least the past few games, that in a lot of cases, they're actually deciding to revive other members of the team instead, and actually reviving Rassia last. So what if what they're trying to do is that they don't want to be reliant on Rassia anymore? We've seen what happened last year, where teams just focus the sniper down, and then that basically leaves EVOS, you know, to die. That everyone else is trying to pick up the slack, and it's coming at a pretty big cost, where there are situations where maybe the team just isn't where they are, or at least where they want to be yet, in playing this style. Okay, I want to hear your thoughts, Husky. What do you think?
I think EVOS generally is a team that excels a lot more when they are given space to perform. It sort of feels like a bit like RRQ. They're not the best in a frontal CQC. There are teams that are way better at that. I think you put any of the Viet teams against them in CQC, they're most likely going to beat EVOS, you know, like 6 out of 10 times. EVOS excels, at least from the championship that they won, is that they prefer to have space. They prefer to play from afar, right? It's like a full-blown 4v4 right in the enemy's face. It's usually a last resort, or if they really have to go for the rush. If not, they'd rather play from afar. That's how they won EWC and how they won majority of the rounds in one of their better seasons. And right now, they're not even winning that. And to add on top of it, when you get into the CQC, you're relying on the sniper to do work. Rassia doesn't get to deliver. Maybe he doesn't have space, or maybe everyone else just can't hang on long enough. And then when you put all of that compounding factors together, EVOS just feels like a team that is underwhelming.
Yeah, they're sluggish, I guess. That's probably one way to kind of describe the team. I know it's a bit of a morbid topic here, kind of discussing EVOS in such a way, because we're so used to seeing this team shine, glimmer, spark. You know, we saw a lot of them last year. But maybe they're saving strats. I always use this as an excuse really for teams. Like if they're not doing well, maybe they're kind of trying to save their strats for the finals. The only problem is if you don't make it to finals, you don't really have strats to show. So yeah, we'll have to see. You know, we've still got 3 more games to go. In terms of points though, Buriram 27 points, Aurora 23, Heavy pick up 19. Significant point jump for the team. This is also going to bump them ahead of EVOS on the leaderboard as well. It will also put them right behind PE as well. So again, the race from 5, 6, and 7 still very much on. We've got 3 more games to kind of split that up. But is it safe to say Buriram's probably pushed themselves into a pretty safe spot in top 6? I kind of feel like that they're the cutoff now.
Yep, I think BRU is pretty safe now. It's pretty hard to fumble it when you look at the standings right now. At least for today's standing, Heavy, Aurora, and Flash, I think these 3 teams are mad consistent, right? Even Aurora was able to finish in top 3 in Solara, which was exactly what I was asking for. You have great elimination points, but you need some placement points just in case. Heavy, clearly on the heavy fragging side, 38 elim points, more than double of their placement points. BRU just warmed their engines up, so we'll see what is going to happen for the remainder of the 3 rounds. And Flash, it's a good in between, right? Decent amount of eliminations, decent amount of placement points. But yeah, the top 3 teams, Heavy, Aurora, and Flash, they are super consistent so far. Yeah, I think right now for Flash, not for Flash, for PE, that's the cutoff, right? Like, there's a chance that you know, if Heavy makes it and PE doesn't, and we get EVOS back on the run, so it's no longer a 2-team affair. PE, fortunately, haven't been doing enough, so that means that they now join the danger zone. And can you imagine PE being knocked out here? That would be devastating.
It would be devastating, especially after their 100-point run yesterday. And I mean, they're still looking pretty good today, right? Like they're not looking they're not looking too shabby. It's just the consistency has been on and off. And this was something that I think we kind of spoke about, or at least Gideon and I kind of spoke about yesterday. But we're gonna not really focus on them for now. We have an interview lined up for you guys, so let's have a look and see what our teams have to say.
All right, survivors. We're 3 games down, and this is the final day, the final week. It is time for the Indonesian team to get more serious and secure the tickets to the grand final. But now, I think it's time for us to take a bit of a breather, to take a bit of a break. So I am here now with Abax from EFOS Divine to have a conversation. All right, hello Abax.
Hai.
How's it going? Gimana? Sudah masuk 3 game. Gimana kamu melihat kompetisinya? How are you looking at the competition after the 3 games?
Ya sengit banget sih karena Vietnam juga lagi naik. Itu salah satu inilah kesulitan juga lah.
Okay, so obviously Vietnam has been dominating, so it's been pretty difficult for EFOS Divine. They're still facing some difficulties, but trying to work it out. So 3 games in, still looking quite inconsistent. What are you guys planning to do to secure the ticket to the grand finals? Can you talk us through the plan? Kalau kita lihat 3 game pertama kan emang masih inkonsisten ya, tapi arahan dari pelatih seperti apa nih yang disampaikan untuk bisa ngamanin tiket ke grand final? Ada nggak grand plan atau mungkin ya bisa dikatakan target, bukan target ya, cara atau jurus terjitu yang coba untuk diupayakan?
Kalau kita sih apa ya, nggak mau kasih tahu sih, karena nanti ya lihat aja nanti di in game-nya gimana cara permainan EFOS. Karena tadi kan juga EFOS bermain beda banget lah dengan hari kemarin. Karena itu salah satu strategi yang dikeluarin oleh Coach Slim dan analis Bang Manai.
Jadi mencoba sesuatu yang baru ya.
Yeah.
So I think it's pretty obvious to see that EFOS Divine has been performing quite differently today because that's actually part of the plan. They're trying to approach the game in a different way. They've been discussing this with the analysts as well as the coaching team. So yeah, hopefully it'll bring them more points. It'll make them perform better, and yeah, I guess we just have to wait and see because we still have 3 games left today. So do you think there's still a possibility for Indonesia to send more teams to the grand finals? What do you think of the other Indonesian teams' performance, Onyx and Shadow Esports? Masih ada posibilitas nggak menurut kamu Indonesia ngirimin 2 tim ke grand finals, dan gimana kamu menilai performa dari 2 tim Indonesia lainnya, Onyx serta Shadow Esports?
Ya sebenarnya nggak ada yang nggak mungkin sih, cuman ya gimana ya, kita berdoa aja lah yang terbaik buat tim Indonesia.
Okay, so nothing is impossible. Of course, he believes that, yeah, we can send 2 more teams from Indonesia to the grand final. But for now, let's hope for the best. Let's try our best. And yeah, let's pray for the best. Okay, so last question. The Malaysian teams have stepped up a lot today, and Vietnam are still looking stronger as ever. What do you think of today's overall competition? And is there anything you'd like to say to the fans of EFOS who has been supporting you guys throughout the whole journey? Kalau kamu bisa sedikit menggambarkan kompetisi hari ini kira-kira seperti apa? Apalagi kan Malaysia juga ternyata naik banget nih performanya. Vietnam tadi dibahas juga, mereka masih tetap dominan. Dan ada nggak sih mungkin kata-kata yang mau kamu sampaikan ke EFOS fans dalam situasi genting bagi EFOS saat ini yang tentunya masih terus berjuang?
Ya terima kasih buat EFOS fans yang sudah dukung kami terus. Semoga doain ya, semoga di sisa 3 match terakhir ini kita bisa mendapatkan Boya dan Gil banyak dan bisa lolos ke grand final.
Amin. Kalau untuk menggambarkan kompetisi hari ini, kira-kira apa kata yang mau kamu gunakan?
Sengit.
Sengit, intense gitu ya. Okay, so there's only one word to describe today's competition, and that is intense. It has been very intense for EFOS Divine, but they're still here. They're still fighting and hoping for the best. So yeah, Abax also would like to say thank you so much to all of the fans of EFOS fans for supporting them, but keep praying for them please, because this is actually their last chance, the last day for them to finally secure the ticket to the grand final. Hopefully, they'll be able to fly to Vietnam in 2 weeks. All right. Thank you so much, Abax, for having this conversation with me. Good luck with the rest of the games. But now, let's go back to our casters. Take it away, guys.
Actually, I'm already there. Talk to you later. Such a welcoming committee.
Get him now!
Not now, Shiro. Watch out, Ray. It could be a trap. Yeah, thought about that too.
I'm okay, man. Hold your horse. It's so good to see you, Hati.
I'm sorry, Ray. But you should know, things are not like in the past. I don't want to hurt you, brother.
Come on. A simple hug would do it.
Things are different now. Give me your device and get away!
This time I'll decide for myself what to do, sis.
Oh, I know what's different about you. Let me guess. Horizon?
Shut up! No, nothing!
Do what you want. I don't recognize you as my sister anymore.
Hati, isn't it cool that even though the sun and the moon are rivals, they can still find time to be together?
They aren't rivals, silly. They're just different.
Just like us, right?
Yes, like us, brother.
Hati!
Hati!
I'll be fine. Take him down.
I knew she couldn't do it.
Hey there, survivors, and welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2026 Spring. We are halfway through the day today, which means we have 3 more games to go and 3 more opportunities for our teams to score those points and to make it into top 6, because at the end of the day, we are going to be basically sending our top 6 team to the grand final, and the remaining bottom 7, they're going home. Or 7 onwards. Technically it's bottom 6, but you guys know the drift, okay? You guys do math. I don't necessarily do math. But it's Stanley and Husky, your casters for the last 3 games of today. There is a race for the bottom, Husky, right? We've got a bit of a race between 3 teams, and unfortunately, only 2 of these teams are going to make it through. The other team that scores the least amount of points is going home. Now, in case anyone's missed the broadcast, Husky, you want to give us a quick rundown of what's currently happened with our bottom 3 teams? Like, what did we start with? How are we kind of going, and what's the scenario for a lot of our teams down here?
Yeah, sure. Well, right now, the top 4 teams are, I think, almost guaranteed to advance to the grand final. So if you are fans of Team Flash, Secret WAG, BRU, and Aurora Malaysia, congratulations, you can breathe a sigh of relief. I think it's pretty hard to not qualify in their spot. But if you are fans of EVOS Divine, fans of PE Sports and Heavy, the race is on. It's between these 3 teams, but there's only 2 available slots right now. That means that 1 out of the 3 teams is not gonna make it, and for the remainder teams that I didn't mention, they're not on the list, it's a tall task to even make it to top 6. It would take quite the effort and some luck to make it there. So if you are fans of these teams, do continue to give them support. I think they have made some big impacts and taken away in crucial points for teams who need it, and they will consistently, I think, remain a threat to the rest of the lobby as long as they're in here. We're going to the next era, Secret WAG's best map, followed by Aurora and Team Flash, and that means that the top 3 teams of this map are also the ones who are already safe.
They're already safe, and I mean, based on the statistics, it also means they're going to be the ones farming the lobby, right? Like, they have the best odds of not only grabbing the booyah, but also getting most of the eliminations. This is going to be a problem for our teams that are playing for that top 6 spot, because if they can't guarantee a good performance here, this map could determine where they end up for the rest of the day, Husky, right? Like, it's PE, it's EVOS, it's Heavy. All it takes for these teams to potentially lose that top 6 is to have 1 bad game. And when I say bad, if they finish with single-digit points, that's not good. It's not good enough. You need double digits at least consistently for the next 3 games.
Yep, and it's not easy. I think for some of these teams, they haven't found that consistency yet. We also have a fun fact about Twisted Minds. They have the most remarkable breakthrough by starting a new record with a 39-point game, the highest single game score in history, and secure a direct ticket to the grand finals. That happened last weekend. Yeah, Twisted Minds in a nutshell.
Look, there's some words of wisdom that's been passed on through generations of esports, not just Free Fire, but esports in general. You could be, let's say, everyone is classifying a team as the best in the world, right? They play almost all of their tournaments perfectly. They beat basically everyone in a team versus team scenario. That title means nothing on tournament day unless you perform for every single game. Sometimes all it takes is for somebody to lose the most important game of their life, to lose the title, to lose everything that they worked hard for. So yeah, there's some teams here that we're kind of looking at and saying, like, okay, they have a pretty good chance of winning, but sometimes it's not really the top team you should be looking at. It's the team that is performing on that day. And Twisted Minds, I think they're a great example of a team like, okay, maybe this is not a team that everyone is kind of looking at 24/7, but if you perform on game day, that's all that matters.
Yep, the same has happened for BRU, for Falcons, for Onyx Olympus. That's how they won Spring 2025. GOW as well, right? Qualifying into grand finals in the start of phase 2. Plenty of examples up there. I think even for Bigatron by Vitality at EWC last year, sure, they didn't win, but they showed up big time to finish 2nd. So a lot of things can still happen, even though most of it are almost set in stone, but I'm always up for a surprise. We're gonna head into game number 4 in the second half of the final day of the second half of phase 2. It's a mouthful, but it's only gonna get better from this point onwards, especially for the teams who are racing to be in top 6.
When we say better, I think their point of view is just getting worse. You know, because you think like, okay, if I have like 2 great games at the start of the day, everything should be smooth sailing. No, we're halfway through the day and they're still having to kick and scream and fight and do whatever it takes to try and get that spot. So it might come down to next Terra. You know, this might be the deciding map for our teams to lock in their spot for top 6. For now, though, having a look at where some of these teams are dropping, we are seeing a bit of a shared spot here at the top. Husky, Argon, MY, and Heavy, although Heavy is pivoting a little bit more towards the riverside, so maybe hesitating instead of going into a direct fight against Argon MY right now.
Yeah. Heavy in close proximity, but should still be safe for now.
Ooh.
Instantly relocate into MEC's territory. You also have Adam, who is on a quest, on a side mission. Adam around the corner gets spotted out instantly. There's going to be Mini Uzi added, better on the spray down. That's a couple of headshots along the way out. That's the first point for Heavy.
And they didn't even need to commit anything for that. They just kind of sent Alan out. You know, Alan doing Alan things. He's really great at these like little tiny skirmishes. The rest of the team, though, you know, they're taking a little bit of fire here, having to throw out some glue walls to guarantee their safety. And they're going to actually decide to launch in a different direction. And actually, this is Makna territory. Okay, this is Twin Towers. So if Heavy is ready for this, if they feel confident to try and fight into Makna, I mean, go for it. You know, start farming those points to build up that lead. We're going to switch on over to EVOS here, another team that is in such a desperate position that needs those points. They're right next to PE, Husky. This could be a deciding fight because if any of these teams get eliminated right now, that's going to set them so far ahead in game number 5.
Yep. And I think the team that doesn't want to lose it are coincidentally the ones that are fighting here. PE obviously off to a rougher start. Oh, narrow. Getting found out with no chance of fighting back. Nola's going to be the one to go down next. Coach Yu collects that one. 3 down for PE. Oh, but they are still in the game, thankfully. Maybe AVD can shake up the leaderboard a little bit if they can somehow wipe out EVOS here. So EVOS not out of the water just yet. Russia, good for one, but Tawan just found Ray. And now AVD gets control of the building. Kochu gets shot down. EVOS scatter into the wind, and the revive will come in thanks to Russia.
Party at my place, they say. EVOS, not really. I mean, they got 4 eliminations. That's a good start. It's just they're back to square one as well with all the buybacks. We do have Mufasa running away from his life, but he just he gets shot in the ankles. Kind of dropped there. Free elimination there for Makna. So that's going to be 1 point on the board there for the team. Switching on over there, we do have 3 teams here. Oh, hang on. Oh, whoa. You got too many teams up here, Husky.
Yep, and Onyx on the receiving end of all the punishment there. Argon MY shoots down 3 of them. Well, Onyx still in the race if they can make it out of there, but Argon MY cashing in on some crucial points. Secret WAG doing the same as well. Silzy does get revived instantly here, but Tikwe have the locations of where the SE members are at. He only has 1 glue wall left though, so something that they need to keep in mind.
Yeah, it's a bit... I mean, if Tikwe is confident, you know, may as well go for it. Rin's going to be going on to the other side. Does get sniped down though as he tries to go and hide under the cover of the glue wall. But there we go. Tikwe comes in, clears up for the team. And that's going to be 3 eliminations for WAG.
Great start for WAG. Even, I think, between PE Heavy and EVOS Heavy probably has the best odds. Okay. Remains the best odds.
Remains the best odds. A bit of a finicky fight there, but at least they're able to get a 1-for-1 trade. They did lose Alan though, but of course, classic Heavy. Just bring Alan back. All right, Alan. Round 4. I think has been revived 1 or 2 times already. So Alan doing usual things, but unfortunately for Shadow Esports, okay, first team to be eliminated from the round this early as well. Only 4.5 minutes into the game, so that's going to leave us with 11 teams in the lobby. 29 warm bodies at the moment. We can push that up to 44 any moment now, but Heavy continuing on with this assault. I really love this for Heavy, Husky. I love that they keep sending Alan out for these little pickoffs, because it's such a low commitment play, because he's confident in his personal skill. If he gets the elimination, that's a free point for the team, and because the team's not with him, they can always bring him back.
Yep.
I feel like this is just paying off so well for the team, and not many other teams are really playing like this, it seems. Everyone else is really stuck with that whole stick together kind of mentality.
Yeah, but the drawback is that you have to make use of that, right? Like, you have to be able to play at a deficit if push comes to shove. Virus case, Get High should be fine here. Evos was hunting them down. AVD against Aurora, fighting again. It's a never-ending story. Flash also joins in. All off screen. Evos pushing forward. They have a chance to get rid of BRU, but I think BRU already sent one of the members away to get the revive going, just in case. So they should be safe, even if they lose Get High and Jonah here. I think Moshi is the one that's got sent away.
Yeah, I think he might have been as well. Jonah taking a little bit of fire there. Aim God trying to close the distance, but he's quite low. So Get High keeping his teammate alive. Riptide Rhythm being thrown out as well. Buriram on the other end throwing their own Riptide Rhythm thanks to Moshi, but there comes the push. Jonah gets dropped. Ray also gets clipped as well, so they're able to at least bring the numbers back in a little bit of a more favorable position there for Get High. But oh man, this guy is holding his own. Unfortunately, though, will be taken down by Rasia, so that's going to be another elimination for Evos. The bad news, I suppose, for Buriram is they weren't able to really lock in any kills. If they got 1 or 2 there, that would have been perfect. They would have gotten some points, but they're forced to use their gold coins to bring their teammates back. And I think the question now is, does Evos consider going into Buriram directly here, or do they just kind of run by? It looks like they're considering it. They're kind of hanging around here.
Evos would definitely appreciate having these early eliminations too. Again, the live update now puts Evos 2 points ahead of Heavy. And Heavy definitely don't want to be too far behind as well. I mean, they also have 4 eliminations. All things considered, this race pretty close. Even for PE Sports, who just got pushed down to 7th spot because they haven't bagged any bodies just yet. That could change in the near future. WAD did find Argon MY off screen. There it is. Sitwan steals that one away. So that's good news for Heavy.
Great news for Heavy. They just keep racking up all of these kills, and if it continues on like this, they're just going to get more and more points for this lobby for free. And with how PE haven't really made a move themselves, this team might lose everything that they've earned in their game yesterday. Those 100 points might be for nothing if they're not able to achieve anything today. Heavy going to continue on with the push here, looking for Alif. Noki is going to be running in the opposite direction, but he has to be very wary because we do have Avita in that direction. If he gets spotted, he's donezo's. And if it's really only 2 players left here for Argon, you know, that's not great news. But we do see traps in the distance, so they at least have 3 players. But they're going to be losing Alif any moment now. The push is there from Mufasa. They bring in Don't Cry as well. There goes Alif. No counter knock, so that's going to be another point going into Heavy's pocket.
And things continue to get better for Heavy. A race that felt impossible now is more than just possible. It's going to be a reality if they keep this up. That's the consistency that we've been talking about so far throughout the day. Aurora MY did get the revive, but now the test stands in front of them.
Ooh,
Jonah making first contact with Zuez. BRU around the corner here. Aurora most likely will be looking to relocate from this point onwards, but let's see if Zuez can at least do some damage. Able to box and Get High and Jonah. Looking to retreat Azrael, who just got shot down from the skies. I think this one is pretty much over for Aurora.
Yeah, it's not looking too great here for Aurora. Buriram, though, waiting for the glue wall to expire. Going in the opposite direction. I think Moshi's trying to go for the cutoff here. He sees Jun. Oh, there's Zeus, though. Can he get the snipes off? Can he maybe slow him down? No, he escapes with the vehicle. It does explode, but it's over the hill. So there is the natural cover for Zeus. Aurora, they do have a little bit more borrowed time. If they can bring their team back, at least they're still in the running. Though not as strong, they're still in the game. That's all that matters here for Aurora.
More than good enough. Heavy's turn to seek out some points. It's gonna be Argon MY. So 7 point for them. Noki found pretty much straight away from the rest of his team. But Heavy is out in the circle. So we'll have to make a bit of effort to rotate away. There's an Aurora member Jun around the corner.
Do they know?
They're gonna turn that and see him. Jun now forced to fight and stands no chance. Jonah takes him out. Aurora is still in it. Just that it will have to play from behind.
severely crippled at this point. The team is severely crippled. There's the Axel. He's been spotted, so he's on the run as well. I want to know how many players are left for Aurora, because if Axel is the only one left, that's basically going to be it for Aurora's run in this game. Looks like Jun is brought back and Zuez is also still alive. Okay, so Aurora, they are still in this game. It's just, in terms of numbers, in terms of their inventory status, not the healthiest we've seen Aurora in.
Even Avida, you know, behind the scenes, have gotten themselves 7 eliminations. Again, important points that other teams would appreciate having. But they also have to start making a long rotation. Might cross paths with the lone Aurora member there. Moshi, the Dinoculus scan. Oh boy, that's gonna be Aurora member.
All right, Husky, it looks like we're going to be seeing where our next circle is going to be. It's not a very kind one at all. So very left-hand side of Farmtopia, a lot of water separating these teams. But any teams that are basically on the right-hand side, if you're already not on the river's edge in a compound, you are going to struggle to find anywhere to hide, which means WAG, Argon, MY, yeah, there's far too many teams out there that it's going to be a bloodbath starting in probably the next 1 to 2 minutes.
Quite a brutal circle this is.
It is.
He was comfortable in their compound, but I think the next challenge is, once the circle closes in, who's going to make the move first, and how do you do that with so many teams around?
Okay,
Aurora
so
getting knocked out in 11th place.
We have to also predict like where that next circle is going to be too, Husky, because if it goes on the right-hand side, it's favorable for everybody. But let's say it leans towards Buriram on the other side of the river. That would be tragic for everybody that's on the wrong side. So, yeah, it's a race to the circle for now, but then it's going to be a gamble of, are you on the right side of the river? We do lose WAG, I believe. So we are now down to our remaining 9 teams. Husky Heavy is still trying to find some more points. They're sharing the same compound as Argon and Y. It's just that right now the bottom is being locked up by Heavy and blue walls are blocking them. So it's a bit hard for them to start a fight. We'll see if they can manage to break through these blue walls though, but Argon's just trying to buy as much time as possible. But Getbruce says no, he actually locks in Fies.
Yeah, a bit of an interference there from MEC. This could be the saving grace for Heavy. Gives him a chance to cap off a couple of extra points if he needs. Heavy now will move away. Should see members of Argon and why Argon basically split out into 2 different squads. Meanwhile, BRU in a fight, and Lucid almost hit the wipeout there. The buyback, the revive of Moshi again, just in time.
Just in time, but the problem is that they're flying in with nothing too, so it's not really the best position to be in, but at least you still have a couple of extra players. Oh no, they're being sniped out in the air! Both of them as well. Jonah and Get High hitting the deck. And there we go. They're going to be picked up as well by Avida. We see Get High being picked up by Avida. That's a free point there. And it looks like PE picks up the other one. So, I mean, Mochi did the best that he could, right? But we're just running out of space. There's too many teams and not enough space for everyone to share. Alan and Katwan going to be caught thanks to PE. This is a pretty big one as well. PE and Evos want Heavy out of the picture, and they're just being gunned down. It's only Mufasa left. He's about to run into Alif. They're in the blue zone as well, and these two, they're probably going to have to go into a 1v1. Mufasa trying to find the angle. Blue wall is there. Rush as well. Mufasa super low. They're in the blue zone. He loses it. That's going to be it for Heavy. 9th place. They do have elimination points, but this is borrowed time that Evos and PE want and need.
Evos is going to be extremely happy about that, and PE as well. Oh, Heavy now back at the bottom of that race. ABD gets flashed. This one less consequential if it goes to the side of ABD, but let's see if they can put up the fight. Lightning zone to be called upon. ABD pushing forward, Flash splits into 2 teams, playing behind the bunker. Onyx out in 8th place. Glue walls all laid down. ABD forced to backtrack, and that does give Flash time to reassess the situation. They know that ABD is going to be crossing from behind. The Zom holds the area for as long as he can, and now ABD kind of trapped and forced to tank the blue.
No.
Pablo still sneaks a shot and takes down the Zom. Blue zone now becoming a big threat. Pablo, can he outrun the blue? No, he gets taken down. The God and ABCD, their time to come alive. And the Riptide Rhythm, good enough. Anus is still able to weather the siege, but unfortunately the God is right on time. Takes him out. PE against Esports next on the board.
This is going to be the deciding factor of who's going to be able to finish ahead of each other in this lobby. Magna could be the one to also shut these two teams down as well. I have to say, Magna is actually stepping up in their game today, Husky.
Having quite the performance too. Even though it's a little too late, but always nice to see a team adapt to the situations.
It's time
Nate
to
throws
move.
in. I don't think Julian's gonna make it out of this. Gotta sprint for it. Too barely. No time to catch a breath though. As Esports gets plowed down by 3 different teams.
Jeez, look at the positioning. The river is such a huge advantage for Argon, for Flash. They're on the right-hand side, which means they're able to farm PE as they try to cross the river. There goes Lao Ho, the God managing to catch him out. We're down to our top 4 teams as well, Husky. PE, Flash, Booyarab, and Argon MY. Looks like the God is still going to try and go for his next target. We still have Moshi in the picture though. It's not to say Booyarab can't get the Booyah, but they'll have to be patient. Alif in the meantime though will be caught by the God. That's going to push Flash up to 9 eliminations. Moshi looking for the reposition. He's trying to get ahead of where that circle is, so at least he can start camping and start sniping. He's actually brought back his team! He managed to bring 2 back in!
And that is probably the best case scenario that you
but
can ask
being
for.
Sniped. They're being sniped. But Jonah does land next to Moshi. If there's quick enough, they might be able to get the pickup. But Moshi, I think, realizing he's just in such a vulnerable position. If he tried to go over the picks, PE would be there to finish him off. So he's just going to have to hide in the corner. He has to get those Dream 1-taps. If he can 1-tap LBT and Nolan, he can still be in this race.
This is great for PE Sports. This is exactly what they need to get back in control of their own destiny, up in the top 6 spot. Could have come at a better time. They have the best chance of winning this as well. With the full squad, 1 is down, but they can get the revive if they need. LBT finds the revive somehow. PE Sports not willing to bow down. Utilities being thrown now. Flash wants to take the center.
Pay attention to the God. He's going to be sniping from that rooftop. But the thing is, if PE can get rid of him from the rooftop, that's going to remove a lot of the firepower here for Flash. Moshi being able to reposition. Oh, but Laoho gets caught. Nero is going to be caught as well. Moshi in the backline getting Laoho. What is Moshi doing?
And Lao Ho going down now evens out the odds. This is going from bad to worse. Nolan somehow finds a revive because they have a vending machine there. But still not looking good overall. Can Moshi bring it back? Main Con just took on Nero as well. BRU really give it a chance. Moshi does get found out in the end. And now PE Sports, 2 of them are crippled. The 2 of them that comes in. Nero just got picked back up. They could just swarm Flash and win with numbers. Here we go. Nolan in the front. Low found it. It's the God to try and save Team Flash in this situation. The glue walls put up as protection, but you have Nero and LBT that you need to chew through, and unfortunately the God starting to run out of real estate, clips Nero and takes him down. The God might be able to do it here. LBT, I don't think there's time to rescue Nero. Forced into a 1v1. He turns onto Lao Ho. Lao Ho crawled just enough. He brings Lao Ho back up.
Okay, but I want to see the God's inventory. Does he have any more glue walls? Because if he doesn't, this might just be it. Looks like he's rushing in. He's probably run out of glue walls. Going right in. LBT and Lao Ho just around the corner. Actually repositioning instead. Oh, the God, he's really trying to create space. LBT and Lao Ho, they have to get that 1-tap. Just get the headshot. Finish it off. Get the Booyah. They get it. PE Sports lock in the Booyah. They get the placement point and the elimination point. This might be what pushes PE into that point-safe zone, Husky.
Oh, out from the frying pan temporarily for now. They got a feeling of what boiling oil feels like, and they are able to at least overcome that step. That's step number 1. PE Sports dealing a hell of a round to get themselves, I think, enough points to put them in the safe zone, just temporarily.
We've still got 2 more games to go. There's still 2 more opportunities for everyone to grab those points, but PE, they were in a pretty scary position coming into this particular game. They were in the danger zone, right? Like the race is still very, very close for these teams. And for PE, I think if I'm looking at my score correctly, they were sitting on 167. EVOS is 164 and Heavy is 154. So it was a bit too close for comfort coming into this game, but I really think I think they got like what 14, 15 eliminations. They got double digits before they got the Booyah. I think PE might be safe now. I actually think they might be safe.
Depends on the last two rounds. Like, I think there is still a chance that they get knocked out, but at least they have some points to play with, right? Now the attention goes back onto EVOS and Heavy. The race becomes about those two again. You know, like PE Esports, they join the party a while and they realize that okay, that's not really a party they want to be a part of, and they've been able to remove themselves from the equation for now.
Yeah, oh man, Heavy, they started the day really strong. They managed to score a whopping 34 points in one round, put them back into the race, was able to actually hit top 6, and unfortunately, just based off of a couple of just very unfortunate circumstances, they've slipped back down into 7th place. I don't know what it is. 7 seems to be their number. They're calling, but they're trying so hard to get out of 7th place. The thing is, with 2 more games to go, and keep in mind, okay, one of these maps is not a heavy map.
Yep.
I almost feel like they're going to have to pull off a miracle to even get back into top 6, because Kalahari's coming up next. We know EVOS can play Kalahari. Heavy generally is on and off with this map. They need to be on, because if they fumble this next map, I don't even think a good performance on map number 6 is going to save them.
Yep. I think, you know, Heavy definitely, like you said, is in the more precarious position. We have Kalahari up next, and then afterwards we have the random map, and that random map could very well be a map that they're not good on again. But I feel like even for EVOS, right, this is a better round, but it's more of, it feels better because Heavy got knocked out early. Yeah. So EVOS still has some things to prove. I think they're not out of the red zone just yet. And same can be said for PE Esports. You got a massive round, but if you fumble round 5, you are going to be back in the danger zone in no time.
Yeah. So everything's on the line now. 2 more games to go, 2 more opportunities. But if you mess up this next one, that might be it. So the race to top 6 continues. But I think at this point, Husky, okay, do you think it's safe to say 1st or 4th are probably locked in? I feel like the gap there, it's done, it's dusted. I don't really think we're going to be seeing any change there. It's just 5th, 6th, 7th. We can absolutely still see some shifting. We just don't know how drastic the shifting's going to be.
Yeah, I think it's pretty hard to drop out of, pretty hard for the top 4 to lose their spot at this point.
Yeah.
They're just in such a safe spot because they've done more than enough, and it's the groundwork that they lay in the first 2 days leading up to the day, and they still look consistent today, right? Like for Aurora, like the Team Flash, they all have been doing their homework. Secret WAG as well. I think, again, it's very important for them to make it too because of how close they came in the first half of Phase 2. And BRU, of course, finally coming online to get themselves out of the danger zone.
Yeah. So, knowing that Kalahari is coming up next, Husky, okay, I want to see the numbers. I want to see our favorite teams to win this map, because I don't think EVOS is there, unfortunately, because we just didn't really see them have too many great games. But I kind of question, you know, is PE down there? Because PE would love to be one of the favorites to win on that map. I don't think they are, though. But yeah, for Heavy, I don't think Heavy is one of our best teams to play Kalahari. We'll have a look in a minute as we kind of just wrap things up here for game number 4. Oh, man. I seriously thought, Husky, that we'd maybe be able to get a bit of a clear line for our top 6 teams by now, but it's so close. It's been close since game 1.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable, I think, at least for some of the supporters out there. But that's what makes it fun, you know. That's what makes it competitive. There have been so many unexpected, I think, outcomes throughout the seasons where we think a team is performing well and then they bomb out, and then we ask ourselves, how the heck did that happen? This is almost the same thing. Again, we're looking at, you know, the the potential of EVOS not even making it to top 6, not even making it to grand finals, which will be a first in history in quite some time.
Well, look, I think it's possible. I think EVOS should make it through, and this is just based off of the prophecy that EVOS, they're going into Kalahari. This is supposed to be a map that they're extremely comfortable on, that they should be able to get the points. They're generally pretty consistent on Kalahari, which is, if anything, you know, bad news for everybody else. Bad news for PE, bad news for Heavy. But, you know, the only time I could possibly see EVOS losing this map is if someone decides to target them. The most likely team to maybe do that might be Heavy, because I think Heavy also understands how dire the circumstances are for them right now, because, again, you know, if you're a team that is struggling to pick up those points and you're going into a map that you're not comfortable on, you have to do something. You can't just let fate decide itself, because if you let fate decide itself, the most likely scenario is that it's going to be EVOS picking up points, Heavy's probably just going to barely break even, and that means that they're not going to move, and they're going to have to rely on the random map for map 6. We don't even know what map 6 is. Imagine it's a repeat and we get 2 games of Kalahari back to back. That's like the worst case scenario for Heavy.
And like, again, 27 points. Great news for PE. I think for coming to the next game, man, I would say, even though Heavy only got knocked out earlier compared to, you know, PE and EVOS, they are not too far behind, right? They still got 10 points for themselves compared to EVOS' 13. So in the greater scheme of things, not too bad. They're still within reach.
But they're only within reach of EVOS at this point, right? Like, PE is untouchable, maybe until game 6. If PE just gets deleted in Kalahari, maybe. But we got to take a look at the updated numbers, Husky. Like, we have to have a look and see like what the gap is, because I think we have a pretty good idea of what these teams are capable of achieving in those singular rounds. Like, I think on average, what everyone's earning about, let's say 10 to 13 points, Husky. Is that like reasonable to say? Like, our teams that are kind of racing for that top 6, 13's like the good average?
Yeah, I mean, 13 points is like the bare minimum. Ideally, if you can get 15 points and above per round, you should generally be in a safe zone. Anything above 20 is great, which, you know, some of our best teams have been able to consistently replicate. But I think for me, 15 is the bare minimum. Let's take a look at this.
Oh, 1 point.
So PE Esports now overtakes WAG.
No way.
EVOS, yeah, 1 point ahead of Heavy. This is still possible.
Hold on. Does that mean WAG... Okay, there is a very likely possibility that WAG could also lose their spot if they do really badly in these next up-and-coming games.
Yep.
WAG fans, please send your energy and luck to them right now, because they are at risk of losing their spots.
I can't begin to imagine WAG not making it, and it's because they are one single-digit point difference, like the first half of phase 2. That would be so sad. Like, the same thing happening 3 times in a tournament, unheard of.
Yeah, I think WAG, like, they probably did the math as well. Like, once they realize where they are on the leaderboard, I think the first meme that kind of comes to mind is probably the Pikachu face. They're like, wait a minute, we've been top 4 this whole time. Why are we 5th? And why are we so close to EVOS and Heavy? That race is far too close for comfort. And okay, hang on. Do we have the numbers for Heavy? How many points has Heavy gotten today? Not many.
I think Heavy's like
many.
Probably like top 3, top 4.
56.
Because I remember, like, for WAG, they started the day as the first place team. Now they're in 4th or 5th, and there's a chance that they lose their spot.
So we've got 4 teams fighting for 3 spots. Oh no. And our next map is Kalahari as well. Oh no. I'm clutching my pearls right now. I don't know who's going to grab these points. Like, we know for a fact EVOS needs the points. This is supposed to be their map. But with how well the Vietnamese teams have been playing in the tournament, like this late into the tournament, I would not be surprised if someone decides to come in and just steal EVOS's thunder as well. Because, okay, we had that interview with EVOS. We kind of got a glimpse into how the team's mindset was, and ABAX did mention that EVOS is experimenting with a new, different style of play that the coaches, tried to optimize for match day. It's not been consistent though, right?
Yeah.
Like, it hasn't been consistent. So EVOS fans are probably on edge. EVOS themselves are probably on edge. And I kind of wonder, like, what's the coach's thought process here? Like, is the coach telling the team, okay, guys, it's probably not working out today. We need you to perform on Kalahari. Do what you got to do. Do your thing on Kalahari. But can they even do it? Because EVOS has just been so flip-floppy.
I think it's possible, although the stats will tell you that WAG is the top 3 performers on this map, which means that if they're looking for a saving grace, this map is going to be it. This map is going to be a map that we look at WAG and see if they can bring themselves back.
Yeah, oh gosh. And also, let's not forget about Flash and Aurora. I mean, these guys, if any of these top dogs run into our bottom, like our PE, WAG, EVOS, or Heavy, that's going to slow down their progress as well. So, man, it's tense. It's tense. I was about to call it Gideon. It's tense, Husky. The next suspense is killing me. I just want to jump into the game at this point. I think just waiting is stressing me and probably stressing the players out as well.
Yeah, you have to remember as well, some of these teams who are vying for the same spot are literally in the same studio, like WAG, PE, Heavy. 3 out of the 4.
Heavy's feeling pretty heavy right now, Husky.
Yeah.
Okay,
like the only team that is chilling is probably Team Flash, and everyone else in the same studio playing live are on edge.
Buriram and Aurora are chilling. They're vibing. They're having fun. I don't think these top 3 is fine.
Yeah, but
I think like,
like the Vietnamese teams, right? Like they're playing in the same location.
Yeah, I suspect it to be very noisy over in the Vietnam studio.
3 out of the 4, most likely we will only get like 3 Vietnamese teams through, unless they bump EVOS down, then we get all 4 of them. So imagine how stressful that is, having your opponents literally be in the same room as you. Some of them are celebrating. I know Team Flash is having a great time because they don't have to worry about anything.
Yeah. Everyone else though, yeah, it's a struggle city for everybody. Well, I think at this point it's time to relax. It's time to get ready. We are going to be flying into Kalahari map number 5 any moment now. We're just sort of waiting for the lobby to get set up, players and teams to be invited, and we should be ready to go as soon as we are basically ready to go. Should we have a little bit of fun here, Husky, since we do have a bit of time? Are we going to do predictions on who's going to grab the booyah?
Oh boy.
Okay, I don't want you to be a wuss. We're not you cannot say Flash, you cannot say Buriram, you cannot say Aurora. You gotta pick someone else.
Oh, okay. I had Aurora in my mind. Not the other 2. I had Aurora. I think Heavy. I'm gonna go on a limb. I think Heavy will get it.
Okay. I like that prediction. I think I don't put my faith in. I know whoever I'm going to mention, I'm probably going to jinx them. Not on purpose, okay? It's an accident. I genuinely believe in these teams. I'm going to say WAG are going to pick it up. I think they're going to feel the stress, and they're going to be like, guys, we need the points. WAG is probably my bet.
I can respect that. I mean, they are the 3rd best performing team on this map, so it's totally understandable to go for them. But I would want them to get this booyah just so that they remove the possibility of them not making it. Like I think they have been sad enough. Like I remember one of the restreamers, shout out to Bakgao, when WAG didn't make it in the first half of phase 2, man was sad. He was heartbroken. I probably shed a tear or 2. And it seems like we might go down that path again if WAG doesn't get it together.
Don't jinx it. Come on. Don't jinx it, man. Might. Yeah, you say might, that means it's probably going to happen.
Like I say BRU might not make finals, and now they're safe. So,
okay, so you got the pixie dust. All right,
yeah, the teams got to put in the work, man. The teams have to step up. I think WAG, like what we're seeing, how Heavy plays, is sort of what WAG showed in the earlier stage of this season, where aggressive, great, and very calculative their approach, but I felt like something just got lost in the process.
Yeah. it's hard to say what the problem is. Like, we can't really say it's because teams are cutting them off. Do you think, okay, do you think they maybe got complacent? Like, when you are sitting in top 4 and you don't really feel that pressure of losing your spot, do you maybe think that could have been a contributing factor? Like, you just thought you were safe? Because it's happened before, right? Like, we've seen teams that are like top 3, top 4, they kind of cruise along. It looks like they're kind of experimenting with a different style. They get punished, and all of a sudden, it's like someone hits the panic button because they realize, like, oh wait, we've got no buffer.
Yeah, it could be, but I hope that's not the case, right? I'd rather it be any other factors than just a team slacking off, you know, being complacent because they feel like they're in a good spot. Because I think that is sort of like the number one reason why a lot of teams, regardless of what titles you're a fan of, that cause them to fall behind. We do have a bit of a tech issue here, so you know, do bear with us. Gotta make sure that the teams have the optimal conditions to perform, especially these last 2 rounds, which are super important.
Yeah, we just gotta make sure everyone's got a even playing ground, especially for the teams that really need those points. Like, you really don't want to have anything like lag or device issues to sort of come in and disturb your play, because it's problematic as well if we have to pause the game, because you have to pause for everybody, you know, and that's a bit of a headache for all of our players involved. So we'll try and get it sorted as soon as possible, but once it's cleared, folks, we are going to be flying into the 5th game of the day, Kalahari. But thank you all for joining us for the broadcast today. We do appreciate having all of you here as well. I've been seeing some pretty interesting discussions in the chat. Don't know if I want to bring them up, but it's been pretty interesting just kind of seeing you guys have a little bit of a yap as we get ready for game number 5. I've actually been enjoying seeing some of the opinions from some of the viewers as well, like who they think is going to make it through, who they think is kind of slacking. Seeing some of the matchup discussions as well, I think that's been pretty cool as well. Yep.
I think it's great to have the community engage with one another. You know, having good discussions. Some of the I always believe that the people, the public, sometimes they have a lot of time in their hands and they're very invested in a player or a team. They give some very good info, right? Some very good insight. As long as you're not talking about like who is Wasana's real dad. I know a lot of people like to talk about who's his father. You know, people like the comparison between like the Brazil region and SCA. There's some very classic arguments in the chat, but don't fight, you know, enjoy the games. Like, I know there are a lot of like WAG, EVOS fans, BRU fans out there, and fans from other regions who are watching this, especially the Indian region, the South Asian region. I think FFMAI is probably going to be starting soon, and they always hang around even way before the league was established there, so you guys are great. Fun fact number 3, Oscar was the most used active skill with 648 usages.
I was gonna say, can you count?
No, I can't. I cannot math. Alright, pop quiz. What is the name of his ability? Winner gets a cookie. Alright, let's go chat. First answer, we'll have to see what the delay is looking like too, because we also don't know what the chat delay is. Okay, alright, so we've had our predictions. We know Kalahari's coming up next. I know it's a little bit early, Husky. Okay, predictions for the random map. I know Giddy and I have been having a lot of fun with this. We've been right up until yesterday. Both of us got wrong yesterday. Final map after this. What do you think is it going to be? What I think it's going to be. Okay, so it's not... You know what? Bermuda. Bermuda? Okay, that's such a lame choice, but okay. What, lame choice? Yeah, it's lame. I'm going to put my money on Solara. I love Kalahari, but I don't think we're getting back-to-back Kalahari. I think that's too cruel. I wanted to say Kalahari at first, but that has always been my default answer, so yeah. Oh, okay, so you're a sanitized answer, okay. Yes. Keep it clean. Alright, we've got fact number 4 here, Husky. Okay, so Nikita was the most used passive skills, 644 usages throughout the tournament. Which is great, I mean, totally understandable. Give you that survivability. I think some of the passives that we have in game are great. I'm seeing some answers for the first questions. The spelling isn't exactly correct, but still correct answer, sort of.
It's not a correct answer unless it's a correct answer, Husky. This is why
so
you are not a
it's not a correct
exam,
answer.
Like your exam.
No, it's not a correct
exam
answer because
corrector.
the spelling is incorrect. But if I read it in a baby's mother tongue, it's correct. You know what I mean? Like if a toddler reads it, it's correct. No, it's not meant to be. It's not meant to be an insult, right? It's
Okay.
VALIANT.
This man's
Variant.
trying to not get cancelled. Okay.
Like a variant is variety. It's not variant.
Okay.
So
Okay.
English lesson.
Okay. People are asking for the question again. Do you want to repeat the question clearly in clear English, please?
Okay, in clear English, what is the name of Oscar's ability? Or in different accents, what is the name of Oscar's ability? That should cover the bases. I can't do any more than that. I think anything beyond that is gonna get me in trouble. Right? I can only do in proper English accent and the one that is close to my motherland. Right?
Your mother.
My motherland.
Oh, okay, so I hopefully we get some answers coming through. I mean, if they don't understand you again, I don't know what to say, Husky. We gotta fix something.
Yeah, hopefully you guys understand, right? Right. That's pretty clear. It's clear as day.
That's the dream.
All those English lessons has to pay off.
You take English lessons since when?
Since when? No, back in high school. Not now. Back in high school, family used to send me to the British Council to study English.
Okay, I think we're starting to see some answers here, Husky. Okay, are we good now? Are we good?
You're asking me? Hold on. Are we good now?
Are we good? You're our examiner. You're supposed to double check our students. Okay, we're good.
We're good.
Yes.
Not when walk. You know, Oscar doesn't walk. He dashes.
Valiantly walk.
But that's pretty funny.
That would be pretty funny. Okay, so just a quick recap in case anyone's wondering what's kind of happening, because I know we're having a bit of a fun session here with the chat. We are currently experiencing some technical difficulties, so we're kind of trying to have that sorted. But up until this point, this is the up-to-date leaderboard. We've still got 2 more games to go. Right now, we're waiting for game number 5 to kick off, which is Kalahari. After this, it's going to be our random map. And right now, according to the leaderboard, we currently have a very, very close race between EVOS and Heavy for that 6th spot. Just 1 point difference between these 2 teams. Now, the thing is, this is not the only race that we're looking at. WAG and PE are close enough to potentially lose their spots if they do horribly in any of these next 2 rounds. And at the same time, if Heavy has an explosive game, they kicked off the day with a 34-point booyah. If they can somehow pull another one of those off in the next 2 games, Heavy might be able to climb all the way back up into that top 6. And okay, Husky, do you have the current daily score line? Because WAG have been dropping from that leaderboard. They were originally 4th. PE has taken their spot. How many points has WAG earned in today's games?
Today's game. Okay, let me just quickly find out. I think it's around WAG. Oh, you're not gonna like this answer. Take a wild guess.
Oh, okay. Let's say 30.
You're off by 10.
Oh, that's horrible though. 40 points across.
No. Now you're off by 20.
What?
20 points.
20 points for.
Yeah.
I'm deceased.
20 points.
I'm not paid enough to actually be deceased on broadcast, but mentally, I think I'm not here. 20 points across 4 games.
They're actually in last place. In last place, by the way. And that's why I say this is the most important one, because, you know, they have the... random map aside, they have the best chance here, right? They're top 3. They're placed in 3rd in Kalahari. I feel like, you know, the test I gave earlier on was a litmus test. It was too easy. I want to throw in another test. I think this one really will show us who followed Free Fire from like years ago, right? Which was the first team who locked in the first EWC slot from Southeast Asia in 2024. Like the first ever EWC, which team from SCA locked in the first slot? If anyone can answer that correctly, you have my respect. I'm sure you know the answer, right, Danny?
Stop going to liquid. I don't know the answer.
No,
I'll say that. But I'm telling chat, don't check the stats. Use your brain. Okay?
Yep. Don't go to Wikipedia. Don't go to Wikipedia. That is a fun question because I think that one really tells us like who's been following the sea. If you're new to it, it's fine, but it's a good history lesson.
Did you just roast me? Okay, we're gonna jump into the game here, Husky, because hey, okay. Do we have any hot drops? It looks like we are in the clear here. Oh no, we do have a potential fight here. So it is Onyx and Shadow Esports fighting in the maze. Okay, so we could be seeing a bit of a skirmish. Not teams that are really vying for these points though. So if either of these teams get eliminated early, this is going to be removing points from the pool for our teams that do need it.
I'm gonna get back to the correct answer in a bit. I'm seeing some answers here, but it might not be the one you're thinking. The team name that I saw that are correct is actually not the team name of the team that qualified with. If you catch my drift, like they qualify with the team. With the team that they qualify with is like one team name, and then afterwards they became another team. But either way, EVOS losing aim god right at the start. That's Pablo again. EVOS should be able to find PE here to solidify some of their spot, and that is their own point. I think they get the revive instantly on the aim god, so he will be back.
Yeah, so it looks like both teams just kind of trading scouts. This is a very classic play on Kalahari. Teams kind of like to send one player out to kind of scout things out for the team. If you can grab an elimination, it's a pretty big win. So, good stuff for EVOS. They kind of needed this. Oh, but Avida flying into Code Shield. Thankfully, he threw down the blue wall at the perfect time. Also jumps down to the low ground. Oh, but the Electro! It's not enough to heal Tawan. The rest of the team is flying in as well. They will be able to pick him back up, but Code Shield, I mean, he's kind of separated from the team. I don't think he's going to get out of there, but do they want to do anything about this? I don't really think
What in the world was that? I thought they had Tawan's number. So AVD still came out on top, all things considered, which is kind of hilarious here. Lao Ho losing his fight to Shinzi, and LBT here is getting the heck out of there. Gotta keep your spot safe after a good round. We did say that the possibility of them going into the danger zone hinges on whether round 5 is good enough.
Okay, Heavy. They've got Don't Cry scouting out for the team. Magna is on the low ground there. I mean, assuming he gets the angle, he might manage to get something. Drian is there. They do spot out his teammates. Actually, they're going to regroup instead. Jan, though, going to be on the receiving end of Alan, and he manages to get the drop, though. That should be a point going to Heavy, but Alan almost going down. Thankfully, he does back out in the nick of time, and Katuan is going to be there to provide that support in case Magna does decide to go onto Alan. Get Boot all on his own up against Mufasa, and Don't Cry, and they will be able to grab that one. So another point on the board here for Heavy. They're looking for a third one if they can grab it, and again, it's a solo player here. They should be able to get it. Just trying to get that final shot in. Drian goes down, and they will be able to get 3 eliminations. While all that was happening, though, they were being brought back, so not at the end of the world for Magna. But the problem, though, is they're being chased by Aurora, and they get Alan. That's huge. And Don't Cry.
Oh no!
He's all alone.
He's gone.
Heavy. No. It's too heavy. It's too heavy.
No! Not like this.
Not like this.
Okay, you know what will make it exciting? If EVOS gets wiped out next. If EVOS gets wiped out next, and then it comes up to the last round.
They're both tied. All it takes is 1 point for EVOS.
That
one
is...
1 point to get out of it. Oh my gosh.
It has been written...
Too heavy.
It's been written in the stars, man. Writings on the walls. At the start of the day, it was destined to be between EVOS and Heavy.
It's the Kalahari curse.
But good
Kalahari,
lord.
I'm telling you. Oh,
you know,
no.
if Heavy doesn't make it, it would be the single saddest event for Don't Cry. Because there's a chance that
after that.
Because his old teammates would have a chance to go EWC, but not him. And he was there with them in 2024. So, to sidetrack a bit, to review the answer, is reverse red.
I saw a lot of those before.
Questions. And they became Twisted Minds afterwards.
Congratulations to everyone that got the answer right. Assuming you did not check Wikipedia, okay? We know if you've checked Wikipedia, anyone that did check Wikipedia, your answer is disqualified, and you have been officially expelled from Huskies University.
I miss Saming, man. He was the Snapdragon Mobile Masters MVP when they qualified to EWC. One of the greatest snipers to play from Thailand.
It's okay. He may be back one day.
He may be
Your
back one
dreams
day.
may come true.
Oh boy.
Alright. It's slow now. I think everyone's like, oh, especially EVOS. Like they got their 2 eliminations. They're like, all right, guys, we're good. Don't push it. Don't push it. Heavy in the meantime, though, they're just watching with bated breath. Like they're watching EVOS, they're watching they're watching everybody, and they're just like, guys, please, somebody, just kill them. Kill them now. Give us a chance. Let us keep our spots. Because right now, okay, there's 2 things that can happen right now. Okay. If another team gets eliminated right now and then EVOS go down, EVOS will get that point just from placement points alone.
Yep.
So EVOS have to go down right now to lose that spot.
As long as they
also
don't
get no eliminations, yeah.
As long as they go down like bottom
10.
4.
No, if they're in 10th place, I think that's enough. They just need 1 point.
Yeah.
They
And
were
even-
literally tied.
Even in bottom 4, without any eliminations, it's still bearable, right? It's still very manageable. But I think the caveat is that they don't get any eliminations whatsoever, so that you only have the placement points to worry about. But I think one thing that Aurora has been doing consistently today is just how they are on the ball with these executions. And a couple of times we see them go after the same teams over and over again, you know, like whether it's Heavy or ABD, or even, you know, PE. They've been doing it well. And now they're going to be facing up against BRU again, but they might have to back off, and they might have the chance to back off because Shadow Esports just touched down.
Alright, let's see if Aurora decides to commit. Oh, we have Juan hiding behind Boyram. Could also be a bit of a cheeky player here if he wants to try and go for some backstabs. But providing some crucial vision here for Shadow Esports. Actually going to reveal himself, going to leave. He's like, guys, no. There's too many teams here. It's a bit risky. So, I mean, they've got enough vision to kind of know that Boyram is here. It's just, is anything going to happen following? Oh, Shinzi, though, caught by Lauho. P Esports looks like they do have line of sight there of Shadow. And while that's happening, Aurora launching themselves up onto that second floor. Boyram's up here as well. I mean, this could be a 2-pronged attack. We have Gun on the low ground. Zwift comes in with the rest of the team. They immediately get rid of Moshi and Jonah. They do manage to do it in the process. Wasana as well. There goes Boyram. It's a full team clear. And Aurora, 9 eliminations right off the bat.
Oh, no, that's my boys.
And look at that. That
Holy
gave
cow.
EVOS the 1 point they needed.
Oh, that's good enough. That is good enough.
Tragic. Aurora,
Insane stuff.
Why do I feel... Okay, is it kind of crazy that Aurora not only is the team that got rid of Heavy, but also effectively gave that point to EVOS by removing Boyram? It's insane how anti-Heavy Aurora is. They're not doing it on purpose, obviously, but it just... With how everything is currently playing out, it feels like it.
This Aurora is restoring hope to the region, and I mean it in a very positive way. This really brings back a lot of those good memories, those good times. Well, they've secured a grand final slots for sure. The last step is to make it to EWC, which again, they missed out by like 2 slots, 2 placements last year. This looks like a promising year. Overall, I think we can put Aurora aside for now because they have done more than enough. I think today they have proven that they are the real deal. Now all eyes are going to be on EVOS again. How far can they stretch this lead? I think if you're from EVOS' side, you obviously don't know that Heavy is already out. You're focusing on stretching that lead. And from what we heard from ABAC just now, this is not the EVOS style that we're used to. But it's a very, very good chance for them to pull ahead.
It's the best possible chance, I think, for EVOS to grab those points with 2 hands. Now, having a look at where that circle is going to be, it is drifting towards Santa Catarina, Command Post. So any teams within the vicinity, like you can already see everyone is camping around that central area. We do have a potential skirmish that could happen up top. Evita running into Magna. So we could be seeing a battle happening up there. Onyx is just in the circle, but they're in line of sight of PE and EVOS. So we could see something happen once we do figure out where that next circle is going to be. If the next circle drifts towards Command Post and Stone Ridge. Oh, but it's on Santa Catarina. Ooh. Ooh, that's crowded, Husky.
Oh, this is not looking good. Although Avida, as much as you know, this is one of the teams that played through the qualifiers. I gotta say, on some of the rounds where Avida really gets the engine going, especially the early game, they are pretty darn good in these clashes. Where they fall behind is the mid to late game scenario, where you know the experience does play a part. But if you just look at raw gunfights in the early game with scarcity, they are good at it. MEC though, they're gonna get sniped by Avida, and everything that I just put into perspective coming true. MEC getting caught with the pants down with that rotation.
I think they kind of had to do it though. We do see a revive of Getbu though, so Virus is there to pick up his teammate, but they're going to be quite separated and fractured, and with how little space there is, I don't even know if you can actually hit the ground in time. Virus is going to be able to escape with a vehicle for now. Not really the best angle for Pablo, but he's taken damage. It's broken down as well. Oh my gosh, that was a beautiful snipe by Pablo. Gets him perfectly across the wall. So that's another point there for Avida. 8 points on the board. But they did try to steal the vehicle, but that's going to be destroyed for now. So Avida back onto playing on foot. WAG still in the game, playing around Bayfront at the moment. I feel bad for them because I'm just having a look at where that circle is. They have to fight through not only Shadow Esports, but also Aurora and PE. Oh, that's brutal.
It is. Although Onyx here could play spoilers. I know some people in the chat are saying that, oh man, why do people want heavy, wish for heavy downfall? Well, not really. It's just the matter of the game right now. But Evos are not too far ahead. Flash are going to continue to extend that lead, to guarantee that first. I mean, they're most likely guaranteed first place unless Aurora pulls off a miracle. But let's see how far they can take this with AVD in their process. This looks to be another point added onto the tally. 6 eliminations already, and I think they can still go for more.
It's kind of insane as well how top heavy a lot of the points are. Like most of them is in Flash and Aurora's pocket. The only exception is Avida, but Avida's another team that kind of doesn't need these points, right? Because they're not within range of being top 6. So these points are not going to EVOS. It's not going to PE. Now, the reason why I'm mentioning these teams is that they kind of want to pick up those points to push themselves away from Heavy, right? Like build up that lead so that coming into game number 6, even if Heavy pulls off a miracle round, maybe they've created enough of a buffer to keep them safe. But they're not picking up the points. Like PE has nothing, WAG only has 2, EVOS are only up to 3. So if they don't pick up anything soon, they're going to be at the mercy of Flash and Aurora.
I think, you know, Heavy fans, don't be disheartened. This is clearly a disastrous round for them. But it's by no means the end of the story, right? Who's to say that, you know, Heavy won't be able to pull off a miracle in the last round. The odds are definitely stacked against them, but we've seen crazier things happen. And like you said, EVOS, they're not picking up points. If they only rely on placements, that is a big probability that Heavy can catch up. And that makes eliminations point even more important to extend that gap as Zuez continues to pile on to his victims. That's point number 14 for Aurora.
14. Aurora are on fire today. They've been incredible across almost all maps, all games, and it doesn't look like it's going to end anytime soon. They're looking for the next victim. Like, look at Axel. He's like, all right, guys, what are we going to do? Are we going to go straight ahead? Do we maybe decide to target? Oh, hang on. Coach Heal. He does clip Axel. They will be able to pick him up, though, but they do reveal their position to Aurora. Avida gonna go for a big launch there with Tawan. Even Aurora flying in, but Azriel's gonna be hitting the ground there. Coach Heal gets the snipe. Zue's gonna go down thanks to the Zom. I kind of feel bad for everyone that had to use the launch pad, but understandable considering how claustrophobic this circle is.
Might have just instantly cursed Aurora by saying how good they were, but that was pretty funny, you know. Landing on top of your own teammate, and they were all exposed to Team Flash, and there goes Aurora. Short-lived domination, but hey,
I shouldn't have opened my mouth.
It's still something, you know. 14 eliminations, not a lot of teams can achieve that. Certainly a feat, but not a lot of teams can achieve 14 eliminations and have 4 of them be a team one on the BRU, right? That,
yeah. I mean, it's good for the lobby though, Husky, because that means that because Avida is Aurora's not around, that means eliminations are going to be spread across some of these other teams. And look at Onyx. Onyx on the high ground, looking for Argon and Y. Traps is on the low ground. His teammates are too exposed to save him, and there we go. It's going to be Argon going down. That leaves us with our top 7 teams, 21 players in the room left. And right now, just looking at where the circle is, we have EVOS, we have Onyx. At the top, we have Esports with WAG and Flash looking to fight their way through. And Flash just sniping at these teams who are trying to take this compound, but so many glue walls being used by PE to block WAG and leave them out in the open.
Yep, there goes ABD in 7th place. And the crowd celebrates Aurora's demise because they technically helped EVOS overtake Heavy. Speaking of EVOS, who are still in it, now they're in top 5. The placement points starting to increase, become a bit more impactful, and now EVOS might have a chance to cash in on some eliminations and extend that lead. PE and WAG. This one is important for WAG. Remember, they have a chance to fall out of place, but they're not winning this. The blue is taking them down. WAG, they need some points and they get none.
They get none, and Flash are effectively blocking them. They can't leave the combat. They are practically stuck there. Melters being used, throwing grenades. They have to perfect. They can't even time it. Flash said no.
What?
They said no.
Set ablaze by a nade! What a nade there! Insane stuff! Flash might be good for the second booyah of the evening.
This is still here.
This is their best chance. Can EVOS score the gold mine? Is this the EVOS round? They're gonna be clashing with Onyx. And Onyx have a chance to stop the Tigers. Here they come, EVOS. Garden raid right in front of the rubble, trying to force their way in, but the blue walls making it pretty hard. Riptide Rhythm double the trouble coming in from Russia. Reinforcement is there, utilities dumped, but bounces off the building. The wall doing a good job in protecting Onyx. Aimguard on top of the roof, but it's taking a lot of damage there as Team Flash now shooting ducks in a barrel as all of the Indonesians are powered up in a single zone.
How is Flash also getting another amazing circle? Looks like they're going to go for the big wraparound. They're looking for either EVOS or Onyx. ABCD on the rooftop, Mukong as well. So anyone that decides to leave this compound, they're going to have that headshot available. Rastia gets sniped down by the god right off the bat. They're not even going to pick him up because they know they're exposed. They're throwing grenades as well. These blue walls, the only thing keeping EVOS in this game. Onyx has to go for the back. Huge splash damage. Crime on the ground. Ray's going to go in. EVOS saying, we need these points. They're trying to go for the play. It's so risky, but it's coming at the cost of their lives. Kojil taken down on the ground. Aimgun's on the floor. And look at this. Flash wants to come in to clear out Onyx. At least they'll get the placement points, but can Aimgun do anything?
Oh, gets stung on from the top. A shot to the dome. Flash. Another booyah on the board, man. This team is something else. Don't even need it.
They don't even need it.
Take it.
It's just a bonus.
It's about sending a message, and Flash has done just that.
Flash, they look so good. Dang, they're looking so. I know Aurora also looks very good today, but Flash, after yesterday, I think a lot of us did lose a little bit of hope in this team. Like they looked a little underwhelming. I think some people would call them lukewarm, but after today's performance, hey, there's a reason why I put them in number 1. I knew after yesterday's games, I knew Flash was not happy. So I'm glad that they're looking pretty good today. But shoot, this is insane. They have denied points for so many teams. Like they farmed the lobby, they farmed the map, they left scraps for everybody else. And like with how do or die some of these teams currently are in their position, Heavy in particular, the fact that EVOS are barely getting any points, WAG are getting practically nothing, and PE, they're getting like 1 or 2 here or there. It's making this game really rough for our bottom 6.
Yeah, I want to see like what the gap is later on, right? We have some time to speculate. I think a lot of people in the chat are probably riled up or excited, depending on which side or which team you're supporting. But Team Flash really showing up today. I think they hit like 35 points in that previous round. They should get Team of the Day. I think.
You think?
I mean, they've broken some pretty crazy point records today. I think the 2 highest points per round that was obtained today were both by Flash. I could be wrong, but it feels like both are by Flash.
Wait, you mean total points?
Yeah, like, you know, by the end of the game. This one is 35 for Flash.
Yeah, so Flash, if 35 is the highest, Flash would basically get the highest score for today. Because I think the highest is 34, wasn't it, this morning? Like, not this morning, sorry. Game number 1, 34.
Yeah, so something around there, right? Like 30 plus as well.
No, it was 100% 34. So if it's 35 points, this is the newest highest score for today.
Yep. Flash setting a record for today. Still not the highest one overall in the history of Free Fire, but it is a feat. It's
And
just
that's a
like
world record.
Just like the
That's
round that they got the first Booyah on, you don't really see them, right? You don't really see them in action, and then you cut to the last circle, suddenly Flash shows up with like 15 eliminations, and then they won the game. Shadows in the night.
Husky.
Yep.
Game 6. It's game 6. We got to start doing some math here. I know for a fact Heavy's doing some like really big mental math. They need to calculate how many points do they need to firstly just catch up to EVOS, and how many can they realistically get to overtake them, because they also have to count in the equation like what this next map is, what does EVOS earn on average to generate the scoreline that they have to possibly make. I think the first question is, what's the map? We don't even know what the map is. We don't know if it's Kalahari, it's over. I'm saying that. If it's Kalahari, it is over. I just don't see Heavy being able to grab points. I'm trying to think what map. If it's Purgatory, they got Booyah on Purgatory, right? If it's Purgatory, maybe.
I think Solara isn't too bad. Like,
but okay, Solara's okay, but I think the thing that we kind of need from Heavy right now is they need big points. Okay, they need big boy points. We're like 20 isn't enough. They need 25. They need 30. They need 35 points to comfortably make it in the top 6. They need big boy points. Okay, we don't settle with these little itty bitty 20 points. And yes, 20 points is itty bitty for this team because they were the first team to get knocked out in this round. It set them so far back from everybody else.
Yeah, this is gonna be quite tough. I want to see that total points. I want to see how big the gap is, and I want to see where PE stands. Right, like sure they made it far enough, but they also didn't get much eliminations, as far as I remember. So there is still a world that this is a 3-way race with Heavy being the furthest behind.
I want to see the points, Husky. I want to see the damage. What's the damage? What does Heavy need to do? Can they carry the world on their shoulders? And probably my hopes and dreams as well, because I kind of want to see this team make it through. But at the same time, I can't be like, if they make it through, I don't want to sit here and jinx and be like, I think this team's not going to make it through. So I'm just going to leave it to Heavy. Heavy can decide if they're going to be able to make it through, and they can decide who they're going to knock out. But look at these numbers for a Flash. Look at these numbers, Husky. 5,000, 4,500, 33,000 damage.
Yep. Wait, hold on a minute. 33,000? No, 3,000.
Oh, sorry, 33,000. Sorry. Yeah, three, almost 3,500. Same thing, Husky. You don't do math on the street.
No. The 33,000 in cash is very different from 3,000 in cash, Danny.
Okay, hang on. We're doing math.
All right,
So
35 points for Team Flash. Heavy
got 3 points at least, and I think the gap between them coming into this game is like, what, 2 points?
Yep, so they are at an 11-point deficit, I think.
Yeah, it's... Okay, it's...
My mathematics isn't that good, but I think it's like 10, 11. Still within reach.
I think I just have to wait for the overall leaderboard. I'm just going to see if I will need to cry or if I can maybe hang on to this last bit of hope that I have. I know there are a lot of people watching, hoping there's still a chance for Heavy to just cling on to top 6. Oh,
possible.
It's possible, but it's not impossible, but it's such a big gap because we have to think of the offset, right? The offset is that 13? 13, 14?
13 points.
13 points. So that's
13 points
simply,
to tie.
That's the offset. And then you have to think, how many more points does Heavy have to score over that? And we need to also calculate how many points does EVOS normally get on this next up-and-coming map. I think PE and WAG are safe. The only time they might not be safe is if PE and WAG, they first two teams to go down, and Heavy and EVOS play the games of their life. That is the only other chance. It's time to pick the map, Husky. We've thrown our predictions into the pool, but what is this map going to be? It's time to find out here, folks. I hope you're throwing your predictions in, because this might determine whether Heavy is still going to stay in top 6, even if they can make it in the top 6. Oh no!
What?
Oh no!
Look, that was my first answer. That was my...
You didn't say it, doesn't count.
I say I wanted to, but that has been my default answer.
You said it
every
after.
time. Hey,
You're
you know, I'm a
ruthless.
Kalahari.
You're ruthless. Go home, Husky.
I'm a
Go
Kalahari
home.
boy, you know, like if
Go
Katy Perry
home.
is California Girls, I'm a Kalahari boy.
I need to hold myself and sit in the corner. I need a minute. I can hear and I can feel Heavy fans hyperventilating in the corner. I can hear it, I can feel it. Where's Heavy? I need to see what they look like. I hope. Okay, there's PE. There's WAG. They're looking okay. They're like, okay guys, we're good. We're good, we're fine. It's Kalahari. Oh no, look at them, Heavy.
This is stressful. This is very stressful.
I can feel the pain.
Alright.
I can feel it radiating from the screen.
Do you YOLO and just hot drop EVOS? I mean, that's my intrusive thought.
No. Shh. No, you hot drop WAG.
You hot drop WAG?
I think you I'm serious. I think you hot drop WAG. Because WAG haven't looked that great today either. So if you are struggling for points, best case scenario, you hot drop the weakest team today. That's the play. That's the play.
Just because they got like 20 points in total by last round.
I'm stressing. I think I need heart medication. I feel
You
like
need
my
heart
heart is beating out
medication?
of my chest.
True and true Heavy fan right here.
Dude, I'm feeling Heavy right now. Like, I'm not even on the team. I'm not even...
Well,
Crazy.
well, I mean, we've seen a map. There's time for the teams
Pray.
to prep for this. There's no other way around it. Let's just see. I mean, Heavy has a lot of supporters, right? So the
Send them your energy.
might be enough to. This is the last hoorah.
Send your energy. Heavy fans, I'm not joking. I need you in the chat. I don't care if you do or don't type in the chat. If you need to make a YouTube account, make a YouTube account, whatever account. Send Heavy your energy.
Look, you
They're
sound
gonna
like those
need
people who make
every ounce of energy. I want people to make duplicate accounts, make extra YouTube accounts. Send Heavy your energy right now, because this is do or die for this team. They're about to be eliminated unless they play the game of their lives. They are done. Where's the hot drop? Where's Heavy? Where's the hot drop?
Look,
Okay, it's not WAG.
You sound like those people who like create extra accounts just to like flame someone online. You're a dangerous lady.
Okay, no, I'm the opposite. I make extra accounts to make people feel good. You clearly don't know me, Husky. Okay, where's Heavy? Hang on, hang on. Where are my boys? Where are my boys?
Remember, your boys are going to the east.
Okay,
Confinement. Should be safe. Should be safe.
First blood.
Okay, you say that, I'm actually kind of terrified you may have jinxed it, but it's okay. It's Onyx. Onyx is having a field day. We're seeing some buybacks already. I think everyone's feeling the stress. Teams that have qualified and also haven't qualified, I think it's just a great way to end the day. You know, grab a booyah, have a great game. Whether you do or don't make it to the grand final, we just end it strong. It's just unfortunate that it ends up being Kalahari, because there's a lot of teams that do not fancy this map.
Look, you gotta pick a lane. You can't wish for WAG to PE or WAG to get or Onyx to get a booyah whilst wanting Heavy to make it through, right? There's only that much points on the map.
Yeah. Well, we have to pay attention to those points though. So 200 to for EVOS because they just picked up elimination. Oh, but Heavy. we'll have to keep an eye on them. WAG, though, on the other side, being targeted by Ray. So that's going to be a pretty nice pick there for Evo. So again, another point in their pockets. Also, widening that gap between them and Heavy.
Mm-hmm. The race is not over yet, even though it seems to be so. There is a universe that WAG ends up losing their spot.
Coach Heal, stop.
Third one. Got him.
Stop. Oh, that's going to be another point for Evos if they can finish it off. WAG need to run. They need to leave. If they stay here, they're about to just be knocked out by Evos, which is actually going to do Heavy a very big favor.
Oh, Tikui.
He's
going in.
Get it?
You better win this, boy. You better win this. Okay.
Oh, he got it.
Good job. They actually took 2 points from Evos as well, so WAG extends their own lead, and that's number 3.
Oh,
so not too shabby.
Evos.
WAG fighting back. That's 4 points.
At this rate, if they keep buying back, they're just going to farm each other eliminations, assuming that they don't get the full team knockouts. Oh, Aim God going to hit the floor. PLS1 going to be able to pick up that point as well. So it's a pretty interesting battle happening over there. Aurora, in the meantime, though, not having a very good early game, down to 2 players.
It's them and AVD again. This is the story of the whole day, of the entire evening. It's just them and AVD. Let's see. Ezreal getting shot in the back.
This is huge, Husky, this is huge. You remove Aurora from the lobby. We saw what Aurora was able to do in that last game. You remove them from the lobby. That means that there's going to be more points on the map for everyone else to be able to farm. So if Axel goes down here, this could be great news for our team still trying to aim for that top 6 spot. Axel trying to play as quietly as possible. Oh my gosh, Argon right next to him. The stress, the pain, his heart beating out of his chest. He tries to run away. I think they may have heard him here. But can he even escape?
Trust in the Axel. Can Argon remove the benefactors of Evos here?
The Jukes!
It's doable.
Oh,
Got him.
Found him.
Aurora did get the revive though, so they're not out just yet.
That's more points. I mean, they got the reset as good, assuming that they're able to safely fly into the game, right? Like, as long as they don't get shot out of the sky, it's A-okay. Switching on over to Magna's point of views, they're squished between Shadow Esports. Virus is going to go down, though. A nice snipe there from Anusit. That's going to be a point there for Avita. But aside from that, still pretty quiet here for all of our teams. Aside from that one almost team wipe there for Aurora, it's quite a slow game.
Especially like for the teams that need the points like Heavy. It's not gonna be easy. Although, nah, Long Kong again. These early games are so deadly when we talk about AVD.
Yeah, Avita's been a nuisance, I have to say. Like, they're constantly picking off teams that are just not expecting them. And if they pick off Heavy, I mean, they could be the ones to effectively deny Heavy an opportunity to play for that top 6 spot. In the meantime, though, PE looking to pick up points themselves, running into Shadow Esports and leading the charge. We have Nolan and LBT. Rin hits the ground. Sicily's going to be the next one to follow. That's 2 points for PE as they get the last hit. But we do have some buybacks happening. One from Magna on the other side of the map. Don't Cry has been spotted by AVD.
Oh, not like this.
Uh-oh, not like... Oh my gosh, they're about to run into PE.
Yeah,
Alan, oh my gosh. Oh no.
Don't worry, they said Mufasa. Mufasa can run. Mufasa is out.
He gets out, but I'm scared he's going to run into a different team. He's like right next to Shadow Esports.
Oh, he has no money.
He has 100 coins. Yeah, he's got nothing.
He's broke.
He's naked.
And there's MEC in front. Is this it?
No, Mufasa. I don't know what to say. I'm scared to say anything at this point.
Just hide.
He's hiding.
He
just hide. Don't move a muscle. Like, who checks under a bridge, Husky? Who checks under a bridge?
Oh,
Nobody.
a lot of people. When you have a binoculars, you check everything.
Shh! Don't.
He's running.
Don't.
Oh, Mufasa, dun.
This man is sabotaging Heavy. Oh, they're
leaving.
sabotaging Heavy. They're leaving.
Shh, there's money. They're
leaving.
Oh, wait, not enough. He needs 100 more.
No, stop. Stop.
100 more, 100 more. Come
Stop
on.
it. Stop it.
100 more. He got it.
But Magna's there.
No. He got it.
Okay.
Look.
Okay.
I want Heavy to win just as much as you do, alright?
Tuan's back. He has one job. He has to survive and hit the ground. Heavy. This game is so heavy. I feel like I've gained 10 kilos just watching this game. Stress. In the meantime, though, Fire's unfortunate there. Ansett gets a very, very lucky snipe. 7 points on the board for Evita. They're having a great time down here.
One of the strongest early game teams right now, honestly. And these Evita really good at these small skirmishes. That 8 points. Again, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. So Heavy, when they got the Booyah in round 1, they had the worst possible start. Now they're putting the same spot again.
They technically have the worst possible start, but the problem is we're looking at a completely different monster of a map, Husky. Like, I want to believe, but I don't think this is really a map that's going to give that much leeway to a team that's had such a slow start.
Let's see if they can replicate the recovery again. They've got the full team.
Heavy's back. Alan got picked by Rasia.
Come on.
I love Mufasa just staying still. He's like, no. We play the patience game. Okay, we play the patience game. We will eventually regroup as a team, but not until we have all the resources that we need. The only problem, the main problem I'm seeing here for Heavy, right, is that sure, they can play for placements because they're struggling. The only problem, though, is that if everyone else is getting elimination points, and if they do reasonably well for placements, it doesn't matter if Heavy survives. Heavy kind of needs to start thriving. And, like, again, you know, considering how the game has gone for them, how do you thrive when you have nothing?
I think since we are still in the early game phase, there is still possible. It's still very possible.
Yeah, I guess we still have 46
just that
players.
You don't want to get,
yeah.
picked off too much. Yeah.
It's just not just being picked off, but you also kind of need to pray that everyone else isn't getting eliminations. Because like this game is literally teams farming each other, right? Like this game is going to be so overinflated with elimination points that placement points are not going to cut it.
Oh,
Mufasa. Look, you can't blame him. You can't blame him. They have to make such risky plays happen if they want to have a chance at anything. But it's just, I don't know, wrong place, wrong time? All the time here for Heavy.
As long as they can keep getting those revives in and get the coins for the revives, it's still very doable.
Well, I mean, okay, we've got to look at the gap. And effectively, the gap is 15 points. Like, that's just for Heavy to catch up to EVOS. And the fact that EVOS are getting a few pickoffs here and there, like they're offsetting any progress Heavy is making. So unless some of these other teams start getting knocked out and Heavy starts making progress themselves, they're not moving.
Yeah. I think the biggest threat to Heavy is less of them getting picked off and more of EVOS getting points in.
Yeah, they need EVOS to get knocked out now. Like that's first case scenario. Either EVOS, PE, or WEG need to get removed from the competition now. And then from that point onwards, Heavy needs to start getting something for themselves because, again, a Booyah is not going to cut it. The gap is too big. Oh, but PE being sniped down by Evita. Okay, this might be their first opportunity. If PE gets sniped here.
There's a good chance there. But the bigger question is, how is Heavy going to come back into this, right? Again, ABD out for scraps, and all those scraps, they have a cascading effect here. PE getting picked off. Down to LBT. This is the way back for Heavy. This is one of the conditions that needs to be met.
It's step one. It is step one. And LBT has nothing too. He's got no gold on him. Can't even buy his teammates back. Oh, he might be spotted if he's not careful. Magna's there as well. He's surrounded.
Yeah, BRU. Again, this one pretty inconsequential here. At least for BRU. But it's much needed point for the rest of the team. So far, EVOS and Heavy are stagnating. And EVOS, they've defaulted to the safe play. They're not going to be engaging with much of these other teams. but Heavy are also doing the same. And this is what worries me when the map constricts and Heavy has to fight. That's where it gets tough.
They can't play on the outskirts forever. Like, they have to get in somehow. And with 12 teams still in the game, like, you've got to take that risk at some point. Otherwise, you're going to be late to the party. And we know a lot of these teams, if you're late, you just get dogpiled. Especially with how this circle is currently moving. Like, it is moving towards the center at the moment. We do have Shadow Esports looking to kind of get away from Argon NY for now. Looks like Rena will survive for another day. Oh, he actually runs into the crate there. He will be able to reposition. All right, Alan, oh, he sees Putra. He's like, wait. Sends his teammates instead. They're going right in. Putra's all alone though, so they could maybe go for one little pickoff here. Putra reveals himself. Will get taken down. This is step one.
That's good. That is good. Slow and steady wins the race. Pick up the stragglers first. We start with them. And then play the circle. BRU is in front of them though. Might run into the biggest test sooner than they would have liked.
I mean, if they get rid of Evita, that would be a huge weight off of Heavy's shoulders because Evita's been harassing the entire lobby. 13 eliminations, Husky, 13.
It's going to be tough too. Evita is very good.
Oh,
but C1
Pablo
to change the storyline. Good stuff there. Riptide Rhythm only breaches the first line of defense. But Heavy, they're not wasting any time. They're moving forward. This is the resolve that we need to see from a team with nothing to lose. Hands behind their back, and Heavy are trying to deliver it straight to ABD. Tawan right in front with the Valiant Dash. The blue wall from Heavy, keeping them safe from now. Round the corner, C1 trying to find an angle, couldn't get it. Tawan getting blasted. The defense is there from the Cassie.
In the back,
Backstabs. This is not good. Heavy needs to make a choice now. Is WAG coming in? The Riptide Rhythm might be the end. ABD is out, and Heavy.
This
is the end!
It's too heavy! WEG cuts Heavy's journey short, leaving them in the dust in 7th place. And WEG, sure, they managed to pick up Heavy, but now they're on the run because they have to deal with ABD now. Oh, it's a disaster, Husky. We have locked in our top 6 teams because of that play alone. And that happened because the fight simply took too long.
Simply too long. Part of me felt like WAG should have pushed the envelope a bit more, but it's also understandable that you don't want to make a mistake in that spot. And that's why I say, with all the teams still remaining, when the map constricts, you run into trouble. And unfortunately, everyone was still on the map, and Heavy only had that much time. WAG gets removed by BRU afterwards, but the damage has already been dealt.
Damage has been done, and now we're starting to see some of these other teams suffer, and EVOS continue on their rampage. They're starting to make their move. Aurora is out of the running. We have our top 9 teams, and look at where that circle is going to be. Dead center of Foundation. Look how open that circle is. There is nothing to hide behind. You've got to be fully equipped for this. You either have to hide behind some broken vehicles. I hope you have blue walls. Your utilities are off cooldown, because once you're in, you're committed.
Now for the rest of the round, it's just going to be playing for who gets the most points, who gets the booyah. It's all for the pride and glory. The stakes have been lifted off. No more stakes in this round. And earlier on, we did discuss the implications of if certain teams don't make it, Don't Cry is going to miss another year of EWC. And that's got to be heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking. You really don't want to avoid an opportunity such as EWC. Alright, for our remaining teams, we still have 8 left in the competition. Oh, there we go. Shadow Esports going to be the next one to go down. We still have 26 players though. Dead center of Foundation. Everyone's trying to fight for whatever scraps are left here in terms of hiding spots. But there goes LBT. Gonna go down to Yarn. So there's PE Sports out of the running. Flash out in the open. They've got nowhere to hide. Just their glue walls running down the hill. Argon MY on the other side fighting through. Trying to find a way to get in. The program is blocking their way. Makna as well. On the high ground, we have Jonah and Moshi shooting them down. Free of charge, there is no cost for this. Look at all the eliminations. There goes Argon and why Jonah jumps down to join the team as well. Getboo, the only man standing here for the team. There goes EVOS. Here's our top 4 teams, Husky.
Top esports teams and BRU and AVD in it. This is gonna be quite the story. If AVD gets a booyah, it will feel like them fulfilling a destiny long awaited. BRU is right there with them. The Kings of Thailand against the up and coming, the team that from the qualifiers, and they both are working hand in hand right now to just get rid of a team clash. Do not disrupt the master and the disciples. 4v4. Here we go. AVD, BRU, the boys in blue. But which one's gonna do it? Wasana taking lead, charging the Tawan, and Pablo keeping Tawan topped up with electrotherapy. Long Kong taking his own spot as well, but the blue zone is definitely not in favor of AVD. Wasana takes out the space. What is that, Long Kong? You gotta be kidding me with that one. Can they take out Wasana? Sure as heck they can. With the Valen there, Tawan creates space and Pablo delivers it. This is AVD's game. This is their round and this is their moment. AVD have definitely edged down marks in the Hall of Veterans. The final booyah of the evening. AVD, you guys are something else.
You're something else, but dang. Last minute clutch. They ate that lobby. They ate, they feasted. Oh man, it was incredible. AVD, I wish we saw more of this. I think this was like one of the main comments we've been seeing from a lot of our spectators. Like AVD, they have the skill. They just decided to peak too late into the competition, Husky.
Yeah, it's but again, it's pretty understandable, you know, that AVD, this is a new squad. And I think they came in here with very little pressure, right? They know that the odds that they're up against. But there's going to be a bright future for these boys. They have set themselves up for the rest of the season if they stick together. And I think that means more than enough, I feel like, for the team.
No, I really do think they just need a little bit more time together. You know, they looked fantastic. We also have to consider the teams that were also still playing in our games for today. Like, we had teams that are still considered world-class playing, and AVD, like, they sweeped some of them up as if they were the ones cleaning up the lobby and they were the favorites to win. AVD, super fun to watch. We'll have to see what this team is capable of doing, obviously in a future tournament, because they unfortunately won't qualify for top 6. But I mean, at this point, Husky, we can officially say we know who our top 6 teams are. Do you want to announce who is going to be our final 6 teams to join our grand finalists?
I will when the graphic comes up.
Oh, okay. Do you want me? I can do it for you.
Okay, so we have Team Flash. We have Aurora Malaysia, with WAG, with BRU, with Evo's Divine, and PE Sports. There we go.
There we go.
There you go.
Our top 6 teams. Heavy, so close, but so far. But I think the encounter that Heavy kind of ran into, it was literally the worst team to run into, right? Like, it was Avita, the team that got the booyah, they swept the lobby. But I have to say, Heavy actually started that fight pretty well. They just needed time. They needed time. They needed WAG not to come in from the back to clean them up, because you could tell based off of their reaction when WAG did decide the third party, they weren't expecting that back, the third party, right? Like, they were so focused on trying to get rid of Avita, but obviously once the shots started coming through from the back, they couldn't cover their front and the back, and they just got annihilated through that sandwich.
Yeah, and all they needed to do, if not just time, they needed a knockdown, right, for the initial parlay. But again, both sides had the Cassie, so whoever was engaging in the front line basically gets topped up, and they had so much glue wall. And I think Heavy, they picked up all those glue walls because of them playing slow, and then they dumped everything. There was a full investment, right? They basically folded their hand right then and there, hoping that it will work out, and it just didn't. It just didn't, because someone came in and ruined the match. It's pretty unfortunate for Heavy, but it's the name of the game, right? Someone has to walk away a loser, and in this case, it's just Heavy not being able to keep that momentum in the last 2 rounds when they got off to one of the best possible starts. They almost made the impossible happen.
Almost, especially after like game 1 today. I'm very sure I wasn't the only person out there that was thinking, wait, they might be able to do it. You know, you have that miracle game number 1, and you would think the momentum carries you through the rest of the day, but everyone else was hungry too. It wasn't just Heavy. EVOS was also hoping to keep their placement. PE was also fighting to keep their spot. And, you know, WAG, even though they had a terrible day, like you can tell they also wanted to stay in the running, which is why they decided to play aggressive in that last game, right? Like WAG didn't have to fight into Heavy there, but I think knowing that it was their last game of the day and what was at stake, what was at risk, just fate. Deciding their fates. Yeah,
just another year. It's gonna be lingering around for a while. I think for some of the supporters out there, and even for us, being so invested. I think I remember seeing Heavy returning to the regional scene, and I thought to myself, this is great, right? Heavy is finally back after a while away from the scene, and they picked up some promising young guns. Then they brought in Don't Cry, and then we saw sort of like the first half of the spring season this year, and Heavy really felt like that team that could go all the way, that could finally make it back to that world stage. The season might have ended, at least here. They are not going to EWC, unfortunately, but we still have another half, right? We still have the global finals in Bangkok end of the year, and maybe that's where we'll see Heavy, you know, polish themselves up and get ready for the other big stage.
Yeah. Now, I guess at this point, we're going to have to kind of wrap things up here because we now officially have our 12 grand finalists. Just based off of the results from today, we've rounded everyone up, and now everyone is basically going to have to start preparing for their games next week, right? We've got Point Rush, we have Champions Rush as well, and also the added stipulation for Champions Rush, the potential unlimited games if teams can't close out the round. Now, the thing is, it's kind of hard to guesstimate what we're going to be expecting going into grand finals because, like, yeah, these games look very close, but you have to remember we're missing 6 teams. Effectively, 6 teams that are just as strong, if not stronger than this current lobby. The games are going to be much more intense. Much more is going to be at stake. I actually think we're going to be seeing a whole new world of Free Fire starting our first play day next week. And I kind of wonder, everything that you've experienced in this weekend's matches, I don't want to say it's invalid, but this is just step 1, level 1, going into grand finals. Once finals start, I think this is going to go from easy to hard mode real quick for all of our finalists.
We did say that they are, that we've been seeing a lot of the same faces for many years. I think there are a lot of players who are still in, and then every now and then we get some new bloods, but it's very rare that we see a full team that comes in for the qualifiers, for example, like ABD or Shadow Esports, that gives us these moments, right? And I think that is kind of the proof that the future is sort of in good hands. You have a new generation that can be nurtured. And on top of that, ABD literally is positioned in one of the strongest regions in competitive Free Fire. I think they will be fine. Again, next season, I hope to see these boys again. They get the booyah, they end the night, they end their run in the spring season with a bang. And sure, we won't see them in the grand finals, but for a debut, not too shabby.
Well, I've made it amazing. I want to see more Avita. I say more, but not for now. But at least they're going to be able to cheer for their Thai brethren going into the finals next weekend, right? Like, I think Avita, sure, they're not playing themselves, but there's going to be a lot for them to learn watching next week's games, seeing how some of the other teams approach some of these matchups, how some of these other teams are going to be playing that grand final, because the grand final matches, they're going to be something else. And let's say Avita did manage to qualify somehow. I think Avita, they're not going to shine as bright if they did make it to finals, because we're looking at some incredibly strong teams this year in the finals. There's too many teams for me to say, like, okay, this is like the team to look out for that's going to win the whole thing. I really think it's up in the air.
Yep.
It's going to be up in the air for the grand finals. I actually think an unexpected team is going to win this year. That's my prediction. I'm not going to say who, because I'm not going to jinx anybody, but I think an underdog is going to win this year.
We've seen a lot of that stories, right? I mean, I know, like, even for us, like, our colleagues like AJ, Neptune, a big part of the fans out there, every single time we look at the grand finals, BRU is the first team we look at. And, it's very understandable. But there are also times that BRU let the trophy slip away. They're not invincible. but they've continued to be the gold standard. And I think that is a service that very few teams can provide for a region, right? For the Brazil, we have Fluxo, but for SCA, as long as BRU is around, we will always have someone to rely on. Even though they're not, first by the end of this phase 2, but still, one of the best teams we have out there. Top 12 teams in your grand finals who will be playing in Point Rush and Champion Rush coming soon are BTR by Vitality, AG Global, RQ Kazu, God of Wolves, Team Falcons, Twisted Minds, Team Flash, Buriram United Esports, Aurora Malaysia, Gigabyte Marines, XP Esports, Secret WAG, and EVOS Divine.
There we have it, all 12 teams. Keep an eye out for them in the grand finals next weekend because those games are going to be absolutely fire. But at the same time, we've still got a week to prep for those grand finals. As a fan out there, if you are supporting any of these teams, let them know, send them your support. Any little bit coming from you guys can help these teams get into that right mental state to know that they have somebody behind them, especially for the teams that are not considered favorites to win the event, okay? Every little bit matters, guys. So if you can, send them all your love, all of your support so that they can properly get ready for the finals next weekend. But we got to celebrate team of the day, Husky. It's Team Flash. I mean, they did fantastic today. 119 points scored today, 68 eliminations, almost 50k damage across all of their games, and 2 Booyahs. I think a pretty good redemption arc here for Flash considering yesterday.
Yep, absolutely. And they are going to get some time to rest, like a week. Next week we're going to be off. And then we'll be back for Point Rush on 30th of May and 31st of May will be Champion Rush. So you guys have some time to, just continue to support your team and take a break from the broadcast. There are a lot of other tournaments out there. The fact that now again South Asia is in the circuit, that means a lot more Free Fire talents are out to be explored. This also gives the team some chance to prepare for the grand finals and then afterwards for the Esports World Cup, which will be happening later in July. So a lot of things to look forward to. And after that, we go into the next half of the year. Is the fall season and then the global finals. You know how it is. Free Fire, we roll big.
We roll big. It's a good time to be alive. So if you're a Free Fire fan right now, this is peak gaming, baby. We get so much esports. It's so great. Every weekend there's always something happening. So yeah, life is going to be pretty bright for the next couple months, effectively this year at this point. But Husky, it looks like we are going to be getting an interview here before we wrap things up here for today. So let's have a final word with our team before we wrap things up here today for our matches.
Survivors, we have met again on the third day of my interview and welcome to Team Flash interview today. And I'm so happy that once again, Vietnamese are dominating. And we are here becoming the team of the day. Very proud. And right next to me is the God and Shin, our coach today. So hello everyone. Xin chào các bạn khán giả, mình là MC Yusu và ngay bên cạnh mình đây chính là The God và Shin đến từ Team Flash. Và thực sự rất là bùng nổ, một tuần thi đấu vô cùng xuất sắc khi mà cả 3 ngày Việt Nam chúng ta đều rất là hoàn thành tốt trong việc giành lấy Team of the Day. Vậy thì hãy cùng Yusu bắt đầu câu hỏi thôi nhé. So into our first questions. This is I can see that this is the young generations, the new lineup of Team Flash, but they are giving very great result today. So how would you rate the current lineup in the next grand finals? Đây là một đội hình có rất là nhiều gương mặt trẻ và cả những thành viên mới, nhưng mà Team Flash thì lại đang cho thấy những cái sự kết nối cực kỳ ấn tượng. Thì các bạn đánh giá như thế nào này về cái line-up hiện tại ở chung kết sắp tới ạ?
Thì mình đánh giá line-up hiện tại là các bạn có tài năng, chỉ cần rèn luyện đúng cách thì các bạn có thể đi xa hơn nữa.
For Shin, as the coach of Team Flash, he can see the potential of everyone in this lineup. So just need a little touch up to practice everyone become better day by day. So that's how they can go further in the future. Into our second questions, not only getting the tickets into the grand final, but today Team Flash also dominating absolutely the ranking board with fierce confidence. So follow up to you, what is the thing that make this new lineup becoming so strong like that? Thì hôm nay là không chỉ giành vé vào chung kết mà Team Flash còn áp đảo hoàn toàn với bảng xếp hạng với một ngày thi đấu cực kỳ thăng hoa. Thì theo các bạn, đâu là điều khiến cho line-up trẻ của Team Flash bùng nổ đến như vậy ạ?
Theo mình nghĩ là điều mà giúp các bạn bùng nổ được như vậy thì do sự nỗ lực và cố gắng của các bạn mỗi ngày.
thường thì hàng ngày là mọi người sẽ luyện tập với nhau như thế nào? Đặc biệt là khi các bạn còn trẻ thì làm sao Shin có thể gắn kết với mọi người dễ dàng hơn cũng như là đưa các bạn lại gần làm quen nhanh hơn với môi trường chuyên nghiệp ạ?
Thì với mình thì mình là người lớn tuổi nhất trong team thì mình cũng có tiếng nói nên là các bạn trẻ rất là nghe lời mình.
So because for Shin, he is the oldest one in the team, so he can understand everyone. So that's why he can make great communication and everyone all listen to them. But also, the thing that makes the lineup becoming stronger and stronger is because that they are very good and listen to each other. Good things to hear, you know, so that's why they can play, compete very good and can understand each other. Alright, third questions. So you guys have been through the first phase of the tournament very fiercely. So how will you guys write your story at the grand finals? Thì các bạn đã vượt qua vòng bảng một cách rất là cực kỳ bùng nổ. Vậy thì Team Flash muốn viết tiếp câu chuyện này tại chung kết ra sao? Được đó.
Thì team em vẫn là mục tiêu là chức vô địch và đi FFWS ạ.
Rồi, vậy là mình sẽ đặt mục tiêu là chức vô địch và EWC. Vậy thì trong cái EWC đó thì The God có muốn viết tiếp cái câu chuyện ở đó như thế nào nữa không?
Thì đương nhiên là tụi em phải vượt qua vòng bảng trước rồi mới tính thêm.
Đi càng xa càng tốt đúng không?
Dạ.
So to write their story at the grand finals, of course, is the championship to bring back to Team Flash, and then they have to get the tickets to the EWC. So I think that they will try their best to go as far as they can. I think the potential of them is it's really possible for them to do anything, right? So after today, finally we got the tickets and also the team of the day. So do you guys have anything you want to send to your viewers and of course to the Team Flash fan? Thì sau một ngày thi đấu rất là thành công ngày hôm nay, vừa có vé vào chung kết cũng như là vừa trở thành Team of the day, thì các bạn có lời nào muốn gửi đến các bạn khán giả cũng như là các chức con của Team Flash không ạ?
Dạ, là em xin cảm ơn các bạn đã theo dõi và đồng hành cùng tụi em ạ.
Còn Shin thì sao?
Mình cảm ơn tất cả mọi người đã đón xem và chờ màn trình diễn sắp tới của team mình tại chung kết.
Thank you so much for always support for us, follow us from behind and take care for us. And please continue to support for us at the grand finals as well because we have so much more things we want to show you. Well, this is the end of our interview. Thank you so much for listening, and of course, we have done our first phase of the tournament, and we will see you guys again at the grand finals. Goodbye and thank you so much for watching. Cảm ơn các bạn khán giả rất là nhiều vì đã theo dõi, và một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng Team Flash một ngày thi đấu quá thăng hoa, quá hoàn hảo. Và bây giờ thì chúng ta hãy cùng kết thúc màn phỏng vấn này nhé. Cảm ơn các bạn rất là nhiều vì đã theo dõi và hẹn gặp lại ở chung kết sắp tới tại nhà thi đấu quân khu 7 nhé.
Thank you, Yunsu and Team Flash. They are geared up and they have some time to write the plot and to plan out what the script is going to be for their story in the grand finals, because they have been phenomenal in this phase 2. They made Danny believe, and that is a hard feat to do. And now all eyes are going to be on Team Flash to carry the torch, especially for their fallen brothers of Team Heavy. Commiserations to the teams that didn't qualify, but for the teams that made it, it's game on.
Look, it's game on for everybody. You know, it's a clean slate for all of our teams competing. They got to grab those points. They got to work for that championship title, okay? It doesn't matter how you got into the finals. Everyone is going to be standing on the same level ground. So if it's time to get going, this is basically it, okay? It's the last hurrah. And I do believe we're going to be seeing some new blood take that title home. I actually think we're starting to reach that point in Free Fire where we have to pass the torch. You know, we've had our veterans be around for such a long time. They've dominated the scene. They have not only written their own stories for themselves, but they've also entertained us for so many years. But we're starting to see some new names pop up, and I'm so excited to see them eventually take that crown away from our veterans. But Husky, I guess that's basically it for us, I suppose.
Yep.
So everyone that did tune into the broadcast, thank you to all of our survivors for watching, for staying with us. Get ready for grand finals because it's going to be a doozy. But until then, have a wonderful night, and we will see you at the grand finals. Until next time, survivors.